Terrific. Now is Brave gonna open up in the front screen? Don't ask again, block. Windows update we all wanted. What was that? What is the Windows update we all wanted? Click. Okay. And let's go ahead and pop out our chat. I'm now miss so smooth. Oh, battery. Okay. Okay, that one locked onto it. Perfect. Okay, so Discord, OBGex. Okay. And then we'll come over here. View your channel live 2 hours ago. Oh, hell yeah, I forgot, guys. Here we go. Yeah. Big up. We got the Jar Jar song. Bombard. FL studio on the rhythm. Mesa again ready for ride it. Pull up. Pull up. Mesa FL studio download. Okay there. Install tonight on stream. Bombard, you know. Bombard, you know. Acoustic version first, then full production more. Miss a gay, extra gay flow, sucking dick champ, put the energy on the show. Apocalypse, no ragamuffin style, yes sir. More smooth. Okay, enough of that. That was funny. I like that song. Why when I open up Brave does Discord open? I find 18. I thought about maybe installing KDE, but I am actually really digging GNOME and the performance of GNOME on this RTX 5060. I added my Windows boot menu entry to Grub, even though it will not display my IG disabled, and I tested this by making a Grub timeout 10 seconds, and after reboot I sat on a black screen for exactly 10 seconds, more or less than after adding Ubuntu. My Windows bootloader for dual booting, it also does not display whatsoever. I effectively have to mash the F12 key on my system and access the operating I want. Honestly, does not bother me, except for the fact that I should be able. I look forward to getting a regular ass computer next. Misa Samba Bombe.
Anyway, good morning, chat. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. Primarily. I tested Subnautica 2 in Windows. Game changer. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you guys will see that here. I will show that. And it is not an indication necessarily that Windows performance is better. Overall, it's just on my specific set of hardware, it is way better, generally speaking. It is the difference between kind of playable to like super playable. I'm comfortable here. So what I'm going to do is I've got my NTFS partition already loaded. We're just going to grab from the OBS folder that recording. Yes. Maybe here in a minute. Let me see if I can get a way to control that. Vizio remote app. Galita kika bomba, managasika laka toka slaka slika slang slag, brigata kana kuka kaka kuka kaka, kukika. I can get one for the phone, but not exactly what I was looking for. 514, 149, 32, 515, 18, 3309. So that would have been 6 o'clock. I do believe this is it. My default tabs are already selected, so I'm a little bit confused there. Yeah, why is it trying to open it in fucking Real Video Enhancer? Are you retarded? VLC, always use this. Fucking dumbass. Dude, this happens in every Linux distro.
Absolutely surprised. I think it's.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Those little artifacts.
Linux, I get like 30 something FPS in the menu.
By the way, it's locked to 30 because I'm tabbed out. That's it.
Make sure. Immediately goes to 60.
Tab back in, 60.
We're gonna play it identical to how we did in Windows. That is not the right resolution. Come on.
Why does it look like this?
So annoying. I know that I do. This is what I'm talking about. I love Linux. I'm getting 87. Alright, this won't be a perfect representation.
Oh, that's
but
retarded.
Work for the,
Great. I talk about the frame rate though.
My cock is bad.
You can see the difference too.
Holy shit, dude. This is what I'm talking about. I love Linux.
Look how smooth it is.
87, 70 to like 90 FPS right now. When I was getting like 30 to 40 in Linux.
No lag whatsoever. Never dropped below 60 a single time. Matter of fact, I don't think I ever dropped below 70.
Very nice.
And then I don't think I recorded gameplay here. I'll put it on in just a minute, buddy. I got ramba basta 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 the rhyme. I'm a lick on the rambasta all the time. Mama. Oh. I believe this is it. No, that was my comeback stream. Mama. I just shot that man down. Alright, here we go. So no weird artifacting here. I need to look at one of my Windows streams to see if it was... Maybe it's just VLC. Okay. We're getting 32, 34. It looks pretty much identical on screen capture, but I can always go back into Windows and just record better footage. Mama. I just shot that man down. Totally playable, very smooth. just many less frames. The encoder looks good though. Let me look at no, it looks totally fine here. Okay. That leads me to believe maybe OBS isn't working properly.
Of a difference. I will be absolutely
Why?
surprised.
What? Yeah, it's
That is like 30 to 40 in Linux.
what?
The game isn't, and this is a higher graphic settings. The game isn't lagging when I look at this thing.
Okay, VLC Media Player has graphical artifacting Linux. Incompatible CPU output modules. Ooh. Ensure using the latest proprietary drivers. Tools preferences. Inputs codecs. I guess we can just test it.
Of a difference. I will be
There we
absolutely
go.
surprised. Good quality, that would be epic. Frame gen off, all 30 to 40 in Linux.
Very nice. Okay. So it is in fact functional. No issues there. Good. I was really starting to get a little bit afraid of that. Thinking VLC was just going to be busted. Of course it's an NVIDIA issue. Why wouldn't it be? Whoa, mama. I just shut the man down. Hold on, buddy. You want Peppa Pig? In Central Station. Of course, I remember you, Rash Ocean. How could I forget? You and my good friend at the time were super homosexual for each other. I'm also a Linux user, not an Ubuntu user. What? I don't know if Peppa Pig's on here, buddy. I'll look though. Whoa! Oh, you want to watch that? That looks fucking sick, though. Lame. Alright, I'm working on it. If it ain't on here, though, I don't know what to tell you. There it is. Oh, you know better. No, I'm using a Debian-based distribution that just so happens to have some of the best documentation and support and secure boot support, matter-of-factly. It just so happens to be called Ubuntu. Specifically the new and improved Ubuntu. Called the functional version. None of a big fat crowd. Oh, you should see my Windows 11 drive. Pretty hot. It works even better. Gain like 30 to 40 FPS in every game. None of a big fat. It's gonna load. Give it some time. Okay. Let's see. Not in here. So I've got the copies in here. No, that's Reaper. Okay, so it's in my backup partition. Did I keep those? PC games. Okay. Copy, paste. We'll definitely install these here too, so I can performance test them. Did we install Mango HUD 25? I think so. No, wrong app. Front of a big fat crowd. Oh. All right. Yes. I know, buddy. Just give it some time. Okay, we installed Twintail. Oh, we're way up. Yeah, Ubuntu does look good. I will give you that. It's really, really pretty. Very consistent. There it is. Yeah, so we did install runtime, Word Free Desktop, Mango HUD, option number 7 there. Well, Rash Ocean, here's the jiggity of it, buddy. Pretty much exclusively used Arch 99% of the past year of my life, except for, the super long time I didn't have a computer, months. And I finally got a new computer, and the RAM apocalypse was fucking dog shit. So I couldn't build the computer that I wanted. I had to buy one. So I got a Lenovo Legion. It's a pretty nice laptop. With an NVIDIA card. So, needless to say, it's been a pain in the ass having a brand new NVIDIA card that's not supported in the driver stack yet. So, after 3 months of using it like that and having all these issues, I finally installed Windows 11 on my other SSD, and then I took my Samsung 990 Pro out of my other computer, and I said, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to see if there's actually a difference, and there was a pretty big difference. So, I used Rufus, made a custom Windows 11 install, stripped out the stuff I didn't want, put my really good 7400 megabyte per second read and write speed Samsung drive into this new computer. So now I have 2 NVMEs. And I've got Windows 11 on one, and I've got Ubuntu 26.04 on the other, with Secure Boot enabled. So I have everything. I've got access to a good Linux distribution with great support. Works with everything. I don't have to turn anything off in UEFI. All the technologies are supported, and I've got everything on Windows that I could ever conceivably need. So it worked out pretty nicely, and I have felt absolutely no need to touch it. It's been very enjoyable. Front of a big fat crowd. Oh, no. Fucking nose. I can turn my face cam back on now too that I'm sitting back down. Buddy, I don't know if it's gonna work. Let me turn it off and turn it back on. Basto Pecho, dude, that's opened literally 3 times since you've been in my stream. Also, this is a better indication. Come on now, you should know that. Hold on. It's loading. Maybe the TV got disconnected. I don't know. Big ass motherfucking TV. A big fat crowd. There, I'll open it again for the 5th time. What's on? Yeah, water. Pretty fucking hot, fast fetch too. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna try to put it back on YouTube. Just give me a second. Well, it's definitely an upgrade from the MSI I was using, which is definitely an upgrade from the Chromebook I was using. But ultimately, this is still an upgrade from the computer I had when you first subbed, but less so than the other computers. Okay. Yes. Are you wanting me to put on Mickey Mouse? Yes. No, that's Mickey. That ain't Mikey. 1 second. Why 33 gigabytes to swap? Have you ever played a modern video game or tried to use modern software like that, buddy? It'll consume every last ounce of your swap in a matter of minutes. Which one, son? Or I'm gonna turn the TV off. Okay. Let me turn this bitch down. That's way too loud. Perfect. Yeah, anyway, Ubuntu already has a 4 gigabyte swap file. All I did was added double my memory in a CRAM configuration. And I use it. I use every bit of it. Matter of fact, if I wanted to use Real Video Enhancer right now to upscale a video, I would use too much. It would actually just crash. I've used up to 70 gigabytes of swap file on Windows 11 because of this shit. Okay. Better safe than sorry. It only uses swap when it needs it, right? So why not have extra? Not like I can go buy 16 gigs of RAM or anything like that. As if run of a beef crowd. Alright, so we got these. We will install these on the Linux drive. So heroic, personal, pirated. Okay. Can I extract both of these? Yes, I can. Thank you, Ubuntu. Already better than KDE. With that specific thing. I refuse to believe that it extracted that fast, though. Maybe it did. I'm gonna try that again real quick. Mama, 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 I just shot a man down in Central Station. I really appreciate that when I've got the Windows key held and I click on a window, it actually highlights it. That's really nice. Alright, delete permanently. Why did it do that? Oh my gosh, dude. That is one annoying thing about GNOME. I did not want that deleted. It shouldn't have done that. Install files, LNM, whatever. Put those there, put that there. Extract. I keep forgetting there's no move option in here like there is in other CEs like KDE. Okay. Okay, I believe everything here is good. Now I'm going to open up BTOP on my other monitor over here. And I'm going to pay very close attention to this because last time I did this, it used a lot of CPU. Okay, so we will be deleting these after the fact, but for now, Little Airs 3, Windows, select Heroic Personal Pirated, install files, Little Nightmares 3, Fit Girl Repack setup.motherfucking exe. Fit Girl repacks are just really heavy. And also, we'll just go ahead and add Reanimal. And for now, just to work in this, we'll just get this started. Mama, I just got them undone. Don't need that. Next. Don't create. Now we're going to select that directory. This is important. We do not want to install it on the Ventoid drive. That's retarded. So we're looking for Heroic. It's the wrong drive. Personal. Pirated. Oh, look at that. It is not destroying my CPU currently. Okay, we'll see what happens. Winx 11 seems like such a dumb idea. Charging the phone. Coming on dongs. Licking the slum. Eat on them bones. Excuse me? What does that even mean? I've never seen that error before. That's different. Remove prefix, remove settings. Okay, so it just deleted the entire thing. So let's just do this again like I typically would. Okay. Is it because I'm installing it? I don't think so. Or is it the RIP? I've been exclusively installing these in Lutris. I don't think that would affect it any, but we'll see. Everything else has been working, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That is retarded. Damn. I think I want to watch Obsession again. Come on. All right. We're going to let this do its thing. I'll be right back, chat. Got to run upstairs. I'll be right back, Crowley. Quiet down.
Rastamana poop. Ugh. I went upstairs. No, I was upstairs. Because I didn't eat anything yesterday. I was hungry. Yeah, because you ate yesterday. The whole point. Or eat that. Okay. We'll do one at a time. Okay. Aaron, welcome. Yep, just about every distro I use works out of the box. More of an issue with compatibility with NVIDIA drivers and the Optimus setup. I've used everything. 14 years as a Linux user. Apache is one of those distros that doesn't work well for me. Ubuntu works well. Vanilla Arch works very well. And Vanilla Arch is pretty much my preferred distro. I just need something that has better secure boot support without it being, a massive pain in the ass to set up. Alright, we'll see if it fails again. I hope it doesn't. And yeah, just about everything. There's like not a single piece of software that I have wanted to run in Linux that I couldn't. So I would say it's pretty good. There you go, buddy. Oh yeah, you fucking know it, 100. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Yeah, this failed earlier for some reason. I don't know why. We're testing that. I would definitely have to agree. Bitgirl repacks are fucking great. I wonder if it's the Proton version we're using. I guess we'll see. I've installed this game a million times and never had it fail, so. Proton GE just so happens to be the default here, doesn't it, buddy? Still failed. Hold on a second. I wonder. Could it be? I think it is. No? No, I've got plenty. I don't know if that is actual. Mr. Super Santos, welcome. I'm not on a VM. Okay, so I've got 470 gigabytes free. It's saying that it can't write. So my next best assumption would be to try to do this through Lutris, which is where I always installed this copy. But I usually use Dalfong's rips and not FitGirls. So we'll start off with that. We'll exit out. No, let's delete it. Make sure our files are gone. Uninstall, remove prefix and settings. Yes. Close. I might actually have to use Lutris more than I thought. Guess we'll see. And Lutris, I use Proton GE 10-30 because I have tons of issues with GE latest and Lutris. That could also be what's causing it to fail because I've been using Lutris as my main UMU front end for a while with 1030. So, I'm kind of interested to see if that works. I really don't want to muddy the waters here, so let's try it one more time, but with 10-30. Yep, Little Nightmares 3, and just as an experiment, select executable, home, desktop, Little Nightmares 3 repack setup.x. Alright, category, play now with logs. What do you mean you can't find the selected wine version? Excuse me? What does that even mean? Like, honestly, eat my butt. Okay. I guess it's detecting it, but it's not actually using it. So I'll do the same thing here, just install it for Heroic, and I'll come back in there and manually select it. Might have two options, but... Lutris, I've got you on the side in case I need you. Okay. Okay, so it actually does show. I like that. Shows which one is actually in my Heroic directory. Cool beans. Right, English. For you guys, I'll let the song play this time. Do not create a start menu shortcut. Select our drive. Heroic. Personal. Well, Abhinav, welcome. I literally did not see your comment, so I apologize for that. But welcome. You're probably not here, but I figured I'd say that anyway. So I changed my mind. That song is right. Really hope this works. Guess we'll see. Oh, hell yeah, there's going to be a TikTok invasion tonight. Come on. Come on. Don't crash. Yep. Nigel, welcome. I'm assuming that someone has experienced this fit girl. Just did that to be nice to people that might not be as understanding of this sort of thing. I'm honestly shocked y'all can read that because on my end it's super tiny. But it hasn't crashed yet. So it definitely seemed to be Proton GE latest causing the issue. All right. Okay. That was the problem. So just don't use Proton GE latest. You're good. We'll let it go ahead and verify real quick. I want to know what the difference in performance is on this versus Windows. Play something small for a minute while we wait. Fiddle-oo, diddle-oo. Gearbox. Hey, it finished. All right. That. Okay, settings. Go ahead and apply. Thank you, Pan. Appreciate that. Currently think this being launched is causing an issue with damn. Okay. Yeah, it's not letting me interact with the other app while that game is running. What if there's a software company that makes dedicated Linux distro for that company? I mean, that's honestly already pretty common that there's companies that make Linux distros but them being open source allows them to be used by everybody. So, I mean, hey, it's Linux is for the user, and if the user is corporate, then so be it. If anything, it at least gets them closer to using it, closer to supporting it, perhaps. Dude, installing VC Redist in Linux, that's so crazy. Almost like it functions almost identically to fucking Windows. Okay. Little Nightmares 3. Now, these updates. Okay. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna delete that. So this is 17.10.25, and this is 19.11. So we need this one first. Isn't there supposed to be a binary file in here? I don't see it. Maybe I deleted it too fast. Backups, PC games. These are pretty small, so it won't take long. Come on. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoops. Wrong directory. See, they're just extracting immediately. I guess maybe it is just an exe. Kind of want to look at a pzip. Flatpak install pzip option number 2, just to show you guys when we're interacting with Flatpaks, this is how I do it. And this is like the closest to 7-zip with an interface that you'll get in Linux. Hey, like I said, man, Linux is open source and is meant to be taken and to do with it what you will, so it makes no difference to me. Ultimately, at the end of the day, no matter what, I still have the ultimate control over my system, so. Alright, desktop, Little Nightmares 3. Is just EXEs, so that's good. I'm honestly okay with that. So, okay, chat. This is a good little tutorial for gaming in Linux. If you're ever installing something like this and you want to work in a prefix, you can do that. So I want you to think of this icon here as a working prefix, that being wherever your prefix directory is. So for me, it's right here, Little Nightmares 3. This is the virtual Windows C drive. Out of the one, it was almost there, but yeah, I would definitely use Proton FA. So we've got that, and we've got our files here. Oh, fuck. Did I? What? Did it try to open that with something? I'm like, what did I just click? Anyway. So we've got 1710 and then we got 1911. So we need to do these. So if we're working in the same prefix, we can install updates as if nothing has changed. So you would click this file, come over here, edit AppGam, and you would just swap out that selected executable with the new one. That being 171025. Still working in the same prefix. Now you play. And we will have to select the game data folder because this is an update, of course, but that's pretty self-explanatory. And it's nice to see it, folks. English, okay. Next. Now, C Games Little Nightmares 3, this is the important part. We need to manually find and select that folder. So it's in our heroic, personal, pirated, Little Nightmares 3 directory. Next. Yes, the install is there. We'll do the Codex Room Crack. Username. No viewers. Next. Install. Good to go. Now we wait. So funny that I just switched to Ubuntu after using Arch as my primary for like almost a whole year. And I just now got recommended a video called Stop Using Ubuntu, Use Debian the Arch Way. No. Holy shit. No, thank you. Hey, it is completed. We will verify the game files. Don't need that. Okay. 2303, done. Exit. We come back over here, edit app game. Swap that selected executable once again to the newest update. By the way, everybody that's new to the channel, appreciate you being here. We do have a channel Discord. We'd love to have you. Over 200 Linux users in there. It's in the pinned comment of the stream chat. The support links. Just a really nice little community where we spread our passion for Linux and treat people with kindness. It's honestly pretty epic mode, which is the opposite of this other Discord I was in called the Arch Discord. That was sicko mode. Yo, I'm trying to fucking... Man, this shit is annoying, man. Fuck. Now we wait. Almost done. Want some? Right. Right. Go. Like butter. Can this load? Can this load? Cause I'm so fucking done waiting for this bitch to load. For this bitch. It was always slow. I don't think so. Well, 'cause I mean, it seems like a cool controller, but I heard they're already getting scalped to shit, and it cost a lot of money. I don't know. I prefer the Xbox Series S controller, generally. Yeah, well, that's why I don't put any stock into buying anything these days. Glad to hear it. All right, edit app or game. Now we select the executable, heroic, personal, pirated, Little Nightmares 3, and now we can actually select the Little Nightmares 3 EXE. Still in the same prefix. Look at there. Ooh. Now we wait again, because this game does some shader comping shit at the beginning. Oops. Boom. Boom. Yeah, I also really like the Nintendo Switch Pro controllers because they're $40. They're wireless. They're good build quality, and they work very well over Bluetooth. So I'm not the type of person that wants to spend a lot of money on a controller. Oh, come on. I've had this game do this before. Seems to really hate me. I never use Fit Girl repacks, but I use this. Go relaunch it. So many weird issues with this 5060. Come on, you're doing something. I can just add these files directly to Lutris and see if it works on there too. I cheap out on all of it, except for my headset. It's a $100 headset. As long as my controller works and it's comfortable, then I'm pretty good. Oh, so it's loading into video memory. Not doing nothing though. And Lutris, when I would launch this, it would like glitch and then it would come back. Maybe this game just doesn't like GNOME. How much you want to bet it works through Lutris? If that's the case, I'll just move my library back over, honestly. Heroic Personal, Pirate of Little Nightmares 3, EXE, Wine Prefix, Heroic, no, Lutris, new folder, prefixes, then we'll do another folder. Boom, boom, boom. I wonder if it's having trouble actually running it on the right GPU. I wish that I could lick the balls and eat the ass. It hurts. I wish that I could fucking spurt up on that big dirt. Wish that I could fucking. Oh, see, we got a splash screen, but I cannot not to lick up on the thing. I guess I blurry face and I care what you think. I could just blurry cock and pipe. Care what you think. All right, chat. It works. It is a heroic thing. Matter of fact, oh my gosh, dude, my GPU utilization is way higher. So I wonder. We could turn back time. Oh. This is a cleanly generated prefix too. We're the man who say Elasis is on justice to down. Wish we could turn back time. Oh. Never had issues with this on a different computer. This is the time that my fucking picker sucks. I'ma lick up on my picker, bust a big fat nut. Okay, got to lick up on this tank. I windowed full screen, 3072 by 1920. Maybe that's why, because it's having trouble. What? What? Lutris. Still having some weird little issues here. This DLSS is locked. You just put it on DLSS. VSync frame rate limit, apply. What? No. You'll get a water. Okay, all ultra settings. I would like to apply. We have to do TAA, which is really stupid, and resolution scaling we'll put to 100%. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't tell you why that's not showing up properly. I've never had that issue. Okay, we'll just load in real quick. Actually, no, let's reload. I'm gonna try to launch it through Heroic one more time just to see if anything happens. Hi, my name is Blurryface, and I kind of want to use an environment variable to run on NVIDIA GPU through Heroic Games Launcher. I have it documented here somewhere. Technically, it thinks that perhaps I still have an iGPU that's doing stuff, but I don't. It's disabled. The only thing I'm doing is encoding on it. So we would come over here to advanced and variable name. We can try this one. My name is Blurryface, and I care what you think. My cock, it hurts, and now it's bunking on me. Yeah. Looky there. We got the launcher. I mean, Heroic is better maintained. It's more up to date. So clearly, I would like to use that as my primary move front. And if I can get it to work, we'll just have to see. I only have Lutris installed for a handful of games anyway. More than aware of Magilio. I have the iGPU totally disabled though, intentionally. That did fix it. Okay, so Heroic is not specifying which GPU should be using. I've got aliases created for NVIDIA SMI, NVTOP, all of it. Side to accurately, I mean, it physically can't use it. 100, it's disabled hardware. Hardware muck switch. It still detects as a piece of hardware that is in my computer, but it is not enabled. This is a problem with Heroic and has been forever, though. Even with the iGPU on, Heroic will not specify the proper GPU, which is why Lutris is the one that I use consistently. Because Heroic used to have a run on dedicated GPU button. I've monitored it 100 times, 100. I've never seen that. I had to specify. OBS is the only application that has any access to it, and it's because I went in and specified that. Nothing else runs on that GPU. It's not using any shared memory, nothing. Totally dead, including in Windows. Which I gotta say, being able to just open up Task Manager and see that in Windows is pretty nice. You doing? Okay, so I just gotta use that command, specify Heroic. Hey, it's an NVIDIA GPU. Please render on this, which makes me wonder. And also, another way that I know it wasn't running on the iGPU is because I could see GPUization on BTOP from my NVIDIA card, because that's the only one that shows up, because there is no iGPU showing up in there. What is that? Oh, those are mine. Woman, I just fed you. Oh, go sit down. Alright, we've got the costume selected. Windows Task Manager, HTOP. Yeah, I don't use HTOP. I use specifically only BTOP and System Monitor and KDE. But about it. I mean, I have GNOME resource thing open. Do I have this pinned to my desktop? Let me see. Hold on. First off, let me category. Okay, that's good. We still need to get reanimaled. Let me create a new document. Rename. Heroic NVIDIA CM. No. That remote is off limits. You know that. I have to do this in fucking Silent Hill 2 also, which is really annoying because that game just hates it. Like I don't know which GPU to use. Okay, we'll open this. We got one update here. That'll be easy. We can come back over here. We can remove this, remove from library, uninstall, and this will be easy because fortunately we've got all of this separated into our own directory. So Lutris prefixes, Little Nightmares 3, delete permanently. So now we do not need this. I mean, I should probably keep. I don't think that's ever going to be enough of a. No, I'll just delete it. So I only have Lutris installed for Lutris install scripts at the moment for like Warcraft 3. Just why I only have the single directory there. And since Lutris install scripts allow you to select the directory for the prefix, then all of my prefixes should be in the linstalls folder. So I don't got to worry about that. We'll come back over here to Heroic real quick. Prefixes Little Nightmares 3 is good. Personal. So we got a clean game install. Everything there is good. And then we've got our itch.io titles. Okay. And Heroic automatically manages the prefixes, which is really great. Okay, so we got the update. So this one has a .binary file in it. Gotcha. Okay. Well, first and foremost, let's test some of the other games that I know have issues with detecting multiple GPUs. All of these work. This works for the environment variable. Noida is one of those games that really likes to throw up some issues. But we will do WS here, and we should see the process open, assuming that it does launch. Ellie, welcome. This is just Ubuntu 26.04 that just came out. Yep. So Noida does launch on the right GPU. So Little Nightmares 3 doesn't. I still have to specify it, but that does work. Get this full screen. Resolution is 2560 by 1600. We're pretty much good there. Okay, one of the only other games I ever had issues with is the Thing Remastered, which I actually don't have installed, so I'll download that real quick. We've already got our directory set there. So everything else in my Heroic installs are using Proton GE latest. It is specifically only Little Nightmares 3 that's on 10-30 because it just breaks with Proton GE latest. So. Okay, this is almost done. And then we'll have to add that to a category. Category installs 2 terabyte. Okay. Another game. Are you using proprietary drivers? No, my hardware is not supported on proprietary driver. It's open kernel module driver now. Well, I mean, it's still got some proprietary software in it, of course. But it is as open as it has ever been. I ain't a cheap replace. Okay, that also launched. Okay, and it did create the process. Battered Faction, MN Shipping Galaxy X64. I really want to beat this game at some point. Yeah, this is a game that with the IGP1 is unplayable in any launcher but Lutris, even with environment variables, because it just will not launch on the right screen. Yeah, well, Maglio, that's just not how it works with RTX 5000 series cards. You have to be on open kernel module drivers to even have functionality. So it depends on what you're saying when you say proprietary. Do you mean the 580 proprietary drivers that were not the open kernel module driver? Or do you mean proprietary in the sense that the open kernel module drivers still have proprietary software in them, but they're different drivers? Open kernel module is for 5000 series cards. Matter of fact, every distro is pushing for the at least 580 open kernel module on cards as old as the 2000 series RTX cards and the 16 series cards. Those are the defaults now. In Arch, that's what you get. In Pop! OS, 580 open kernel module. In Ubuntu, 595 open kernel module. Now, that had a GTX 1060, or even maybe a 4060 or a 3060 or a 2060, then the likeliness of me maybe getting some better performance by rolling back to the 580 proprietary driver is theoretically possible. But the 595 open kernel module just fixed so much shit that in my testing, having used both on my 1650, the new open kernel module drivers run just as well. And they're more open source, so it's like, why wouldn't I use them? I have no choice on my 5060, just to be clear, but something to think about. All right, let's try this again. Free animal. Then we'll come back to desktop, the Girl Repack setup. Now I want to see if my CPU does that thing it did. I installed something through here recently that it was a Fit Girl Repack and it really pushed it. Okay. Prefix directory is already there. I wonder if this will work without the specificity in the launch variable. I guess we'll see. Yep, English. Next, don't create. Browse. Relic, personal. I hate it when it moves up like that. Boom, ba, ba, boom. All right, while we let this run, you guys enjoy the banger ass music. And I gotta do something real quick, and then we will come back, finish this, and test and see if it works. Power mode set to performance, nope. Makes absolutely zero difference in my testing. Balanced still allows my CPU to boost higher. Matter of fact, allows it to boost even higher than performance mode more often because my CPU is just running cooler in general. I also would never turn performance mode on. I mean, it's a gaming laptop. The last thing I want is my hardware being pegged at the highest possible clock speed all the time, even though I'm rarely playing games. Like, I basically do more on here than playing video games. That I have no use for it. Now, the only actual benefit that I've ever seen to having my CPU into performance mode, at least, is that on my Samsung 990 Pro, I did gain read and write speed, but that's about it. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba, boom. Hey, this is going to be one of those. Yeah. Boosting to almost 4 gigahertz. We have 4 cores pinned at roughly 100% utilization, but the CPU is super cool. Really nice. But I don't know. I actually thought about undervolting this CPU a little bit because it's 28 threads. I was reading online about a guy that said he, whatchamacallit? He basically undervolted it by like a very small amount, gained the same performance, and got 5 degrees Celsius better cooling. A lost documentary about an impossible house. That looks interesting. Yep. Error occurred while unpacking, unable to write data to disk. So we have once again run into the same exact issue that we ran into with Little Nightmares. So it looks like these Fit Girl games do not like Proton GE latest, which means we're going to have to specify once again Proton GE 10-30. So we already got that working. The thing I'm assuming Reanimal, since I believe it's the same engine, is probably going to also require the same workaround to launch on the NVIDIA card anyway. So one of the softwares I was using started using the dedicated GPU. Yeah, see, well, here's the thing about modern Linux with dedicated integrated GPU. Wayland has proper display, or not display, but proper GPU switching. Better than any other display manager, better than Windows' solution where it's supposed to be automatic and yet it runs like shit. So any modern Linux distribution with Wayland will properly manage your iGPU and your dedicated GPU, assuming that it has the right environment variables, which is why it's so important to choose the right distro. For instance, Ubuntu, Arch Linux with the 595 OpenKernel module driver, and Bazzite using the same driver all manage the iGPU and DGPU properly. Now, this is one reason I like Arch Linux so much. If for some reason something didn't get managed properly in Arch, you could just run prime run, which there is a command similar to that in Ubuntu that you could specify, but prime run is just way simpler. For instance, I'll show you what I mean. If I sudo apt install prime, I'm not going to install this if it actually shows up, but I don't think it's going to. Actually, you know what? Fuck that up. Yeah, I'm not going to install that. Anyway, it's called prime-run in Arch. You type in prime-run, and then you type in the name of the app that you want to launch on your NVIDIA card, and it will work. Now, in Wayland, most 3D-intensive applications automatically go to the right GPU, and this is why Steam is so good. Steam's environment variables automatically manage that. And on top of that, Lutris handles the rest of it, because Heroic has still got some pretty wonky environment variables, unfortunately. Now, in Pop! OS and in Ubuntu, you've got a little button here called Launch Using Integrated Graphics Card. See how everything is giving me that option? This is because the iGPU is disabled. So if I wanted to still use the iGPU to render something, I could, but it is totally sitting there in the cold, basically. So let me see real quick. Ubuntu and Pop! OS have that. So if you ever needed to actually launch an app on the right GPU, you wouldn't have to run your card at a higher clock speed and at a higher temperature to efficiently do that. You could use the prime run command, or in Ubuntu or Pop, you could right click and run on the proper GPU, and it just works, and it works very well. As you can see here, well, you can't see. Basically, my iGPU is at 10 to 15% utilization. That is because I am encoding my stream through OBS, which you guys are watching right now on the iGPU. That is the only process running on my integrated graphics. And if I wanted to, I do believe I could still launch other apps on it, but it's unloaded, which is the cool thing. It's kind of mind-boggling to me that you can disable an iGPU and still use it for stuff. I think that is like a super sick solution to saving performance. But of course, ideally, it would be better to use the iGPU for everything and save your NVIDIA card for that. But, you know, I want two screens to be smooth. I want the best performance. And unfortunately, having the iGPU on does make a difference. So, and our encoding and decoding on the UHD graphics is about 15 to 20%. So, very impressive. I'm going to show you guys how to set aliases real quick. By the way, if you're ever interested in it, what you can do is you can install this application called Fish. Could be sudo apt install fish, and this is just a shell. I've got mine hyper customized, And then in Patixis, which is Ubuntu's terminal, you go over here to Preferences, Profiles, and you could edit your profile. And what you can do is add a custom launch command here, usr bin fish, or usr bin bash is what it is by default, but you add that custom command, and when you launch your terminal, that is what will load with it, which is really cool. Prime select on Ubuntu, but the only way the UI managed to make the software work with dedicated GPU setting performance mode, yeah, it's probably a bug. I don't know what version of Ubuntu you were using. It is also possible that maybe it was an older version that did have a bug. I've only used Ubuntu 25 and 10 and up on Prime laptops, so that could definitely be the difference. But fragmentation is a huge issue in Linux still to this very day, so it is also possible that you just got unlucky, maybe a bad update or something. But if we go to cd home, no viewers.config, fish, and then config.fish, I want to add this because I was thinking about it. We can you can see config.fish here. I wish I could fucking highlight it. We can sudo nano config.fish, type in our password. Ubuntu 18. Okay, well that probably explains it, man. Holy shit, dude. I have not used it. Oh my gosh. I think I skipped 18 because I didn't like the new visual aesthetic of it. I remember I stayed on 16 because of Unity for the longest time. Oh yeah, they switched to GNOME in 18, didn't they? Man, those are the days. Holy crap. You just reminded me of a long time ago. Okay, so I would add an alias here. So all you have to do is type alias and then the keybind that you want. And then equals and in quotations in VTOP. Control X, yes. And then what we would do is source that file. And now if I type in NV, you can see iGPU usage and encoding, decoding from the OBS process running there. Pretty cool. I'm going to have the same thing alias for NVIDIA SMI, so WS to watch NVIDIA SMI. I have S for updates, SA to sudo apt auto remove, and then I think I have another one for SS, which is sudo apt upgrade, plus the yes command. So that basically makes updating the system super easy. F for fast fetch, B for VTOP, FU for Flatpak update, which it looks like we've got some Flatpak updates here. Ubuntu 18, man. I have to say, I was a big hater on 18 for a while, but I did eventually, it did grow on me a little bit. You know, Mega, I've considered going back to Debian, but my biggest issue is the last time I used Debian, and this is maybe 3 or 4 months ago, I had a ton of issues. On my other laptop, there was no MUX switch, right? So I couldn't disable the iGPU, so I was stuck with it. I had a really big issue getting an NVIDIA driver installed that worked with Unity games, and as you can see, I play a lot of itch.io games. So I was pretty much fucked. They just didn't work in Debian, even on the 590 open kernel module driver. Something to do with the environment variables pulled in by the old driver. Those are incredibly complicated to fix, by the way. I hate messing with them. And I just haven't tried it ever since. Now that I have a dedicated RTX 5060 laptop with the iGPU disabled, I could probably get Debian running well. But I specifically chose Ubuntu for a couple of reasons. One, it's super easy to get up-to-date NVIDIA drivers in Ubuntu. It's just easier than Debian. And two, Ubuntu works with Secure Boot out of the box, which I need Secure Boot for my Windows 11 drive, which I have to have on for Call of Duty for whenever my wife wants to play it. So that's like one of those situations where I just kind of needed a distro that would work well with my other drive. And while Ubuntu's not flawless, I really like it. It runs very well on my RTX 5060. I got to give it some credit for that. It's very smooth on both screens. Yeah, well, the outdated drivers in the repos are definitely the problem, but you can get newer drivers in Debian. It's just a huge pain in the ass, in my opinion. But Ubuntu's super stable for me. I just can't tell you the last time I had Ubuntu not be stable, except for maybe, for instance, when I installed 2604 with the iGPU on, the 595 driver environment variables were broken. That was not an issue in 25.10. So 2604 works a hell of a lot better on my specific computer with the iGPU disabled entirely. Yeah, snapshots are really good. I only use snapshots in Arch. But I tell you, man, you should see my Arch config. I have all this documented in the Discord server, by the way. We have some channels in there called Your Configs, and like Windows Gaming Woes, Linux Gaming Woes, Linux Woes, Windows Woes, just for generalized documentational purposes. Yeah, that's what Ubuntu also has. It has the built-in button for running on dedicated GPU. Or integrated. Pop does also. But if I come over here to my Ventoy drive and I go to the new directory, reading docs, and alt Arch docs, I have Arch Linux configured to automatically create snapshots anytime I run a system update or install a system application or an AUR package. And with Vanilla Arch install, you can configure it to install with Snapper, BTRFS, use compression, default BTRFS structures, all that good stuff. And the second I log into a Vanilla Arch install, I always run sudo snapper-c root create-d post clean install snapshot. So I always have a totally clean restore point for like immediate clean install Arch that I can roll back to. Then of course, Vanilla Arch now doesn't install Dolphin, Arc, Console, or Kate, which is really annoying. Then I always delete the home config because I've never felt the need to do backups in my home directory. And Grub BTRFSD is really cool because that automatically adds snapshots to Grub, which is awesome. Sudo nano etsy systemd-zrm-generator.conf. If you create that file and edit it and add your parameters before sudo apt install systemd-zrm-generator in Ubuntu, it will actually auto-apply those. But in Arch, ZRM generator is already configured. It's only configured to use 4 gigs. So I always set it to double my memory so that I have as much swap as possible if I ever need it. You would be shocked at the amount of games that will bore your swap. And of course, sudo systemctl daemon reload and restart systemd ZRAM setup as ZRAM-o.service will reload your ZRAM configuration, and then we rebuild Grub and Arch to finalize all of our changes pretty much. And then we configure Paru, and all we do is install snapper-support from Paru, and Snapper support will automatically take snapshots of everything that you do after that. Not to mention, if you install BTRFS Assistant, it will already create timeline snapshots, which will give you restore points, but Snapper support is supposed to delete them because every automatically created snapshot has basically a time variable on it, or like a number. And once you hit a certain amount of snapshots, it will start deleting the old ones that you don't need, which is why I like manually creating some that never get deleted. Man, I've got all this shit docked out for basically every distro that I've used. Look at this shit using my CPU like this. It's like nuts. But my CPU is not overheating like it does in Arch, which is preferable. Look at this. So these first 15 threads here are performance cores. So these are full fat CPU cores that are hyper-threaded, all being maxed to 100, and all 12 efficiency cores are also being pushed to the max. Pretty nutty. That like a really small game like this can bring your hardware to its knees. Yeah, but for some reason in Arch, my CPU wouldn't downclock at all. It was like locking to 4 gigahertz, which was causing my CPU to spike to like almost 100 degrees Celsius. Same power plan. The only difference is Arch uses tuned, and I'm pretty sure that power profile daemon is what Ubuntu uses. Could be wrong. That might actually be worth looking into. Does Ubuntu default to tuned or power profiles daemon? Yeah, okay, so Ubuntu does use power profiles daemon. Good. My experience with tuned is generally good, but it definitely wasn't managing my CPU like it was supposed to, and that's only in Vanilla Arch. Because I have other distros that use tuned that would not allow my CPU to overheat like that. So for some reason it wasn't downclocking properly, and I didn't even have it in performance mode for that. That's the worst part. Bang da da da. Booty doo doo doo. Now we wait. I know this takes a minute, Chad. I do apologize, but it will be worth it because I tested this in Windows the other day. By the way, Felix, do you still use Windows at all? Do any of you guys in chat use Windows in any capacity, or were you like me, where you pretty much just abandoned it for the longest time? Because I didn't reinstall Windows for like an entire year. I used exclusively Linux, and while I've been using Linux for 14 years, I always had Windows around in some capacity. But I pretty much just totally gave up on it until I heard about Microsoft making the K2 changes. And okay, yeah. So here's something I noticed. This is a brand new computer. I spent $1,200 on it. It's a Lenovo Legion. It's got a 28-thread CPU, an RTX 5068 gig, 16 gigs of memory, a really nice 1600 display, a 1600p display, and a 1 terabyte NVMe. It's a really good computer. I'm very happy with it. But I've been having the worst experience in Linux recently. Like the past month when the 595 driver came out, all of these issues started. And it put me in this really awkward position where I couldn't play a game, multiple games, that I had waited a super long time to play. Namely Resident Evil Requiem. Could not play it in Linux without the 595 driver, which introduced a whole slew of other issues. It disabled my ability to play Elden Ring. It fucked up my ability to play Elden Ring Night Rain. It broke Star Wars Jedi Survivor. It broke Zenless Zone Zero. It broke a whole bunch of shit that I now have to use launch commands to get working reasonably well, and they still don't work right. But what I really noticed, since the 595 driver was updated, as a lot of you know, I play a lot of itch.io games. I really love short, schlocky little horror games. My performance in those has been dog shit. Not only has the performance been bad, but they've been breaking to the point where I have to reboot them at least once to get them to load properly. So issues that I've never had before. So I started performance monitoring, which I don't generally do that. I don't usually have Mango HUD on. I don't generally have the Steam shit on. But something was telling me I think I might be not using my graphics card efficiently. And I turned the shit on and I was right. My GPU was being utilized like at 40% in title. And by the way, my CPU would never bottleneck my RTX 5060, okay? This is a good CPU. Really good. I've got more than enough memory to run any modern game. So it could only be that. And I installed Windows 11 and I tested all the games I was having problems in, and every single one of them was fixed. I kid you not. In Subnautica 2, for instance, in Linux, I get about 30 to 40 FPS at medium settings, low textures, low shadows, rendering around 1080p or lower than 1080p resolution. So I usually would test it 1080p with quality DLSS, 30 to 40 FPS, and it drops below 30 quite frequently. I launch it in Windows 11, 1080p DLSS set to quality with all medium settings, so higher graphical preset, and I'm getting 30, 40 more frames per second in Windows 11, despite it being a more unoptimized operating system. I'm getting a 30 to 40 FPS increase. Excuse me. And it's not just that game. RE9, 30 FPS increase. RE4 Remake, 30 to 40 FPS increase. The only game that actually kind of traded blows with Linux on my particular setup was Silent Hill 2 ran a little bit worse in Windows than it did in Linux. But Linux does have the -dx11 command that you can force through Proton, which is its saving grace for that particular game. My performance increase was so massive that for the first time in a long time, I realized maybe it would just be a good idea to have that around, because I would hate for anybody to spend over $1,000 on a brand new computer and not get the performance that they paid for. And I'm a Linux guy through and through. I love Linux. I've been using it for half my life. I'm 27 now. I've been using Linux almost 15 years. And I've always loved it. There's something so fascinating about Linux to me. I love interacting with the terminal. I love everything about it. I love what it stands for. I love what it has to offer. I love that it's designed for the user and it's not designed against the user like Windows is. But man, I got to tell you guys, that put me in a weird spot, like mindset wise. I've been struggling with this computer, dealing with shitty performance for months. And it turns out that all I needed was to have a secondary OS. Fedora was compared to Windows after some tweaking. I'm glad to hear that, Mop Daddy. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. I have to relate to you in that, Mop Daddy. Linux Mint hard crashes on my computer after about 20 minutes, no matter what I do. It does not work with my RTX 5060 at all, even with the most up-to-date driver. Which, by the way, Ubuntu 24.04 and 25.10 recently got the 595 driver, and it's so broken in Linux Mint that it actually kills performance. So people have been downgrading back to 580 open kernel module. And this is the only computer that I've ever owned where my performance was that much worse, by the way. So my assumption is this RTX 5060 just doesn't have the driver support in Linux yet to justify maining that entirely. I just thought I was getting full performance. I was like, maybe the 5060 just isn't this good. I was like, maybe it's barely enough to cut 1080p 60 FPS. It's more than enough. The RTX 5060 can run whatever you want at 1080p 60 plus FPS easily, unless it's like a super terribly optimized game. But even those games run at 60, like 65, 66 for me, under ideal conditions. So I felt pretty weird about it. I mean, that's one reason why I decided to do this. So the way that I currently have it set up is I have my 1 terabyte Kioxia drive. This is what actually came with the computer. This has Windows 11 Home Edition on it. Rufus created USB. It's got Copilot, OneDrive, all that stuff stripped out. All of the privacy questions disabled. Local account, no online account. Pretty much the basic requirement for me to run Windows would be to have all of that off. And it works extremely well. And then I have my faster SSD, but one that I've had since 2024 running Linux. So this SSD is capable of like 7,400 megabytes per second read and write speeds. I think my Kioxia is like 5,000 or something like that. Considerably slower, but still really fast. And then I have a 2 terabyte USB-C SSD that I have split down the middle. So 931.61 gigabytes for Windows, 931.41. I tried to make this identical megabyte to megabyte, but that was quite literally almost impossible with the partition tools they had. And what I decided to do, see, it did not fail. It did not fail with Proton GE10-30. I would recommend you guys, if you're going to install Fit Girl games, maybe try 10-30. Seems to really hate the other one. And this is just ideal for me. Now, the only issue that I'm having so far with dual booting on separate drives, and this has nothing to do with the dual boot, it has purely to do with the fact that my iGPU is disabled, so the system can't display certain things on the dedicated graphics card with an external monitor connected. But I manually added Windows to my Ubuntu boot manager and Ubuntu to my Windows boot manager so that when my computer starts, I can select which OS I want. I have Ubuntu prioritized in the top slot, of course, because I'm still going to main Linux despite having Windows installed. This is still where my heart lies. This is what I want to use. But I cannot for the life of me get the Windows boot manager or Grub in Ubuntu to display at startup at all. And I even tested it. I set Grub timeout to 10 seconds, and I know for a fact that Grub was displaying because I had a black screen for 10 seconds, whereas Ubuntu with Grub timeout set to 0 just loads instantly. So if I were to unplug my external monitor, I think Grub would display and I could choose, but I am not willing to sacrifice my second screen. I'm definitely not going to unplug that bitch. So when I boot my computer, if I want to boot into Windows, I have to mash F12 and then manually select my Windows drive. So slightly annoying, but at the same time, it's kind of cool because I'm the only person that has that access it. Don't ever have to worry about that being a problem. What did I just close? Yeah, I did everything. Customized Grub, updated Grub, did everything. And I did the same thing, added my Ubuntu bootloader to Windows. It's just incapable of displaying it. Has nothing to do with the fact that Grub isn't working. What did I just close? Did I just fuck something up? Hold on, let me look at my stream VOD. I think I just closed the wrong thing. That is annoying. Oh, I closed Heroic. Fuck! Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I think I can manually do this. Hold on. Shitcock. Oh. Well, I also updated Heroic like a retard in the middle of doing this. What's changed? Added owned game filter. Raycon, clipboard wish list, requirements. And by the way, I appreciate all of you being here. Like I said, we do have a Discord. We'd love to have you in the pinned comment about support links in the stream chat. They did add back Prime Check. Did they fix it? Did the thing I was just having issues with get fixed? Hold on. Let's delete this environment variable here and see. Let's see if Little Nightmares 3 actually launches. So we verified the integrity of our game pause. We still need to do the DirectX update and everything else. So that's gonna suck. They fucking fixed it. What the fuck? Dude. I almost switched back to fucking Lutris a second ago because of this shit. That's nuts. But bravo, Heroic team. This is why I was using you as my primary move front end. That is fucking wacky. I cannot believe that shit. Okay, well, we're good to go. Heroic is now the definitive launcher for me again. Well, let me see if DLSS shows up yet, because it did not show up for me earlier. Yes. Dude, did they fix this too? Son of a cock. I'm pretty fucking happy right now, I gotta say. Okay. Now let's get this shit sorted out. Let's see. Okay. So remember, work in the same prefix. What I'm going to do is verify the location of these files. We still have the update we need to apply. We're going to go to our Heroic directory, personal, pirated, because I do like to sell the 7 Cs. And it's right here in redistributables. So we've got VC redist that, I don't know what the fuck this is. Quick SSV, maybe that's the verify thing. But we need DirectX and we need the VC redist specifically. I'm going to try the other one just to see what it is. So edit app or game. Add an API key. Okay, maybe they made it slightly worse. It didn't reset my shit, did it? Alternative legendary binary. Steam Grid DB API key. Grid DB API key for Heroic. Maybe we can get a. Okay, so I have to go to SteamDB. I have to log in. What? I have to log into my Steam account now on this to get this to work. That's pretty cool. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's get this done first while we're pulling that up. So we'll come back over here, Heroic, personal, pirated, reanimal, redistributables. I'm gonna try this one first, like I said, just to see what it does. Yes. Yes, I do. Bring it to me. Okay, open file verification database. Yes, that is exactly what I thought it was. All right, Heroic, personal, pirated, reanimal, redist, DirectX. It's always good since Heroic separates your prefixes automatically. It is always good to make sure that you install redistributables. That way you have everything the game wants you to have in your Proton prefix. So it was going to automatically do that, but my dumbass closed Heroic, like I said, which killed its ability to execute another application in the prefix. Give some of that to Chester. All right, we should be able to launch this just like we would in Windows. Yes, we can. I accept. Next. Oh, no advertisement for Bing Bar. Holy shit. I thought that was literally one-on-one Microsoft type shit. I guess only if you're running their OS. I was about to say, this bitch better not assign me out. Alright, DirectX is done. Guten Tag. I agree, yep. Pick a username. Register. Fuck yeah, dude, my username's good. Alright, now how the fuck do I... Okay. Profile or preferences? Filter API. Here we go. Create an API key. Control C. Let me drag this over here real quick. Settings. Advanced. Paste. Perfect. We're gonna check real quick and just verify that everything else is good. My prefix directory, that all good. Game defaults. So now Heroic automatically checks. Yeah. Oh no. Here we go. Look at this. Force the use of only NVIDIA Optimus or AMD Dynamic Switchable Graphics DGPU. Only use this for OpenGL and Vulkan games. Interesting. Advanced, we're good there. Advanced, we got our API key. And allow using Valve Proton builds, we are good. So we'll come back over here. We can close all that. We did DirectX. Let's go ahead and do our VC redist. Heroic, personal, pirated, reanimal, redist. Now we'll do the 64-bit redistributable first. How do they know if you really agree to what? I accept, install, close. So yeah, try not to be like me and fuck this up the first time around. This shit would have already been done, but I'm actually a retard, so what can I say? My longtime subs know very well. I accept, install, close. Okay, we're good. Now we can actually do the update. So we'll come back over here, desktop, reanimal. We got the update file, choose, finish. So we're going to update the game to the latest version the update applies, or supplies, I should say. English, okay, next. We're going to select our game directory here. Heroic. I can't see shit on this screen, dude. Pirated. Animal, next, yes. Username. No viewers, next, install. Oh, but I will say, GNOME seems to be a little bit heavier on VRAM usage, though. I've noticed that I'm consuming more VRAM on my GPU than I even do in Windows. So, not sure why. Just interesting to look at. Well, no, okay, no, actually, I'm wrong. So BTOP does take into consideration the 500 megabytes of hardware reserve video memory. So I'm actually using more like 1600 megabytes of video memory, not 2.1 gigs. If we look at NVIDIA SMI, yeah, 1740 out of 8.151. So finishing the installation. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Pretty good. I kind of want to show you guys what I'm talking about, the Lutris thing, by the way, if you're interested. Why I have it around still. I'm thinking about stripping out. I already have it, so I probably won't, but I thought about switching to the flat pack of Lutris since I've got the iGPU disabled. That should theoretically allow it to function. But I guess since I already have it, there's no reason for me to do that. Damn, there's a big rally going on in the UK right now. This does take a minute usually, but should be done soon. And then it'll verify the game files. Okay. 109 of 109 done. Now we plug in that EXE. Heroic, personal, pirated, reanimal, and it's called Everhome. Binaries. Fix. If this doesn't load and the heroic thing actually wasn't fixed, that would be hella hilarious. We'll give it a minute. There you go. Looky there. This game is best played with a controller. Thank you for letting me know that. Unlimited, no VSync, upscale, DLSS. High, back. Try putting this in full screen 1080p, or 1200p, I should say. Oh, it just works with this game. Excellent. All right, let's get Mango HUD open. And categorize this. Good. We don't have game scope installed, so we can't use that. Game mode is enabled though. We'll see if Mango HUD displays in a way that is actually viewable. It should at 1080p, I think. No, it's still fucking tiny. Come on. There we go. Hello, Psychedelic. You know what I should try? Enabling NT Sync also. Different PC? No, Windows 11 is still installed. I never said I wasn't going to use Linux Psychedelic. We're just not on the same drive. Bow, ba, ba, bow. Ba-da-do, do, do. No, Psychedelic, last time you were in here, I hadn't taken my SSD out of my other computer yet. But I finally just did that the other night. What a pain in the ass it was, too, getting the bottom of this laptop off. It was so annoying because there's a latch in the center of it that doesn't have a screw attached to it. And you have to, like, really use a lot of force to get it off, which is really annoying. But I was able to get it, put my SSD in there, barely fit because the heat sink, but it did. So now Windows 11 is on my Kioxia 1TB NVMe, which is a slower drive, the one that came with the computer, and then I've got Ubuntu 2604 installed on my 1TB Samsung 990 Pro. And chat, I have to say, I think this is actually running better. I think this is running at a higher frame rate than it did in Windows. That's called Mango HUD, Mega. No, well, Psychedelic, see, that was what I was afraid of. I was like, this computer's all I got. I spent $1,200 on this. If I fuck something up, I am fucked. So it took me an hour to get it off and a lot of research to make sure that I knew I wasn't going to destroy it. I was very scared. Very fucking scared. Mega, in order to obtain this, you can either open up a terminal, type in sudo apt install Mango HUD, which in Debian will be an older version, so I don't know how well it'll work. And in Steam games, you have to add an argument. It's called Mango HUD equals 1% command %. And that will allow you to use it in Steam, but Steam has a much better FPS overlay built into it, so I would just use that. And if you're using an UMU front end like Heroic and you're using a Flatpak, then what you have to do is type in Flatpak, install Mango HUD, and you have to have the right version that matches your free desktop version of Heroic, which is 2508. So if you installed Vulkan Layer Mango HUD, it would be option number 7 here. And you have to enable it in the settings. You can enable it globally before you install anything, and it will apply to all of your games. Or if you already have a bunch of stuff installed and you want to add it, you just right-click on the game and enable Mango HUD that way. And if you're using Lutris' Flatpak, it would be the same thing. Match the free desktop, and then just enable it. But since I have the system package of Lutris, it detects the system install of Mango HUD. Ooh, big drop. See, that don't happen. It was just a quick stutter, though. It is working rather nicely. And that's with Lumen on, too. Maybe Ubuntu's shared memory algorithm is actually functioning better than what I had on the other system. What do you want to watch? Yep, Mango HUD is the one. If you want to customize it, though, you have to edit the config. Don't touch the screen. Is that what you want to watch? Which one? Hurry up and pick one. I don't like doing this. That one? Okay. Yep, I want to customize it psychedelic, so if you ever have the time and you're in the stream, man, I'd love for you to maybe give me some pointers. I would like to make it bigger, primarily. Although, for some reason, I cannot get Ubuntu, and it has CUDA installed, which I thought was the issue, but it will not show my video memory usage. And in Steam, it doesn't show my GPU utilization at all. GPU temp equal 1, GPU temp equals 1 to the config. Okay. I usually have BTOP open on my second screen for that sort of thing, but I guess it could still theoretically be helpful. By the way, I played this game on Ubuntu 26.04 with the iGPU on. It ran like shit. It was unplayable at the same settings. I had to turn it down to medium and everything. I don't know if Ubuntu has patched the OS and made it better. But there's definitely a huge difference here in terms of performance. We are getting some big drops down to like 40 FPS randomly, but I think that has more to do with DirectX 12 loading zones. Even though that does not happen in Windows, what I can remember. Could be wrong. But yeah, last time I played this, I was getting like 30, 40 FPS with tons of freezing and stutters. This is a very pretty game, too. I gotta give it credit for that. Big drop. Back up. I would say the performance here is overall worse, but the highs were higher in the intro. Those reflection artifacts are really annoying. Did they fix it? Maybe they didn't. SD, welcome. This is called Reanimal. Oh, it's over here. I think it's one of these. Nope. Maybe it's all the way over here. I think it might randomly spawn in a suitcase. Tell me it's in this one. Nope. Okay. Next time I play this, I need to check that one. Doodle-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-da-do-diddly-doo. Welcome to the channel, by the way, SD. Yeah, this is from one half of the original dev team of Little Nightmares. And the other half actually went off and made a studio called Section 9 Interactive, and they're currently working on a new game too that looks really cool. Whereas Little Nightmares 3 was made by Supermassive Games, and it really shows that it was a different dev team. Come on. Better get through here before that fucker cuts you up. This game is super nonsensical, though, with its storytelling. It is actually more confusing than Little Nightmares, which I never thought would be possible. Oh, and one really big positive to using Windows 11 chat that I've discovered recently, other than FL Studio plugins all working and performance being better on my hardware, is Android Studio works in Linux, and I can do some things in it. I can play less intensive games like Very Little Nightmares, but it doesn't have proper GPU acceleration, and Waydroid barely works with NVIDIA at all in Linux. I don't know what you mean, buddy. When? When did that happen? Okay. But BlueStacks works flawlessly. I can run it at 165 hertz. I can play any Android game at full frame rate. It actually utilizes my hardware quite effectively. So I can play Very Little Nightmares on BlueStacks with no issues. And it's also easier to pick the Android version that you want to run in BlueStacks because you just download the instance for it and you're good. One way I hope Waydroid gets better. Yes. Yes, buddy. Do 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 do. Really the same across different distros. Theoretically, SD, that is true, but there's a lot of factors that play into that, unfortunately. So, for instance, I don't know if you have an NVIDIA or an AMD system, but if you have an AMD system, then as long as you're on a similar Mesa driver, you're most likely not going to have too terribly much of a difference. 1 second. But if you have an NVIDIA card, especially like me, a new one, so I have an RTX 5060, then there are a bunch of things that can change your experience between distros. Here's what I've discovered. There are a handful of distros that work consistently similarly and well across the board on NVIDIA hardware. That is Ubuntu and Ubuntu-based distributions like Bazzite and like Vanilla Arch, Endeavor, so on and so forth. Distros that automatically support the NVIDIA driver out of the box, where the user doesn't have to configure anything, have all delivered similar experiences. Some of them are still more stable than others, like Ubuntu just works generally better than Garuda, and like Catchy doesn't really like my system. But the thing that's more important with NVIDIA specifically is, do you have an up-to-date Wayland instance? Do you have the latest NVIDIA driver that your hardware supports with all of the recent Wayland fixes, so on and so forth? And if you have an Optimus laptop and you cannot disable the iGPU, does your distro ship with proper environment variables for those cards? And if all of those are a yes, and like some of the biggest distros out there, like Ubuntu, like Bazzite, do all those things, then yeah, there's not going to be much of a difference. But in my experience on NVIDIA, Fedora was not very good at all. Bazzite worked very well, but Bazzite worked because it has an ISO that is designed to work with my hardware specifically, and they did the extra work to make sure that that was the case. And Catchy's NVIDIA driver for me was super broken. Had so many Vulkan issues. That's another thing that you can run into with certain distros NVIDIA drivers. But like currently, Vanilla Arch, Ubuntu, and Bazzite all ship with the 595 driver. But yeah, all AMD hardware, and you can run pretty much any distro you want with minimal headaches, generally speaking, as long as the driver's up to date. I think the only issue I ever really had with AMD hardware was certain games would launch and would not work properly unless you had the latest Mesa stack. So whether it's NVIDIA or AMD, I always recommend being on a distro that has an up-to-date Mesa driver or NVIDIA driver. Generally speaking, it's a good rule of thumb, but that doesn't mean it's always going to be the right thing to do. And with Ubuntu, rolling back your NVIDIA driver is super easy. I could just do that in like a minute or two with a single command. We're opening up the driver manager. So that's also something to take into consideration. The last time I used Fedora, I had the 580 Open Kernel Module driver, and it had the Vulkan issues Catchy had. Supposedly, Fedora is on 595 now, so it might actually work better. But I specifically chose Ubuntu to make it as compatible with Secure Boot as possible. And because I know that it has the driver and has easy rollbacks. Oh, big spooky ass looking dude. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Speaking of which, I really need to reinstall Windows 11 on my wife's computer. I gotta do that. No, buddy. Can't do that with that. Nasty. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Hey. No, sir. Can't jump over that. That's stupid. You cocksucker. Oh, I'm fucked. I actually really need to test RE6 again on this computer. Counter-Strike 2, dude, that is all I see Wilco playing. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to go there yet. Yeah, I do go down here now. I need to reinstall RA9 in Linux too, see how it's running compared to Windows. Yes, sir. I'm retarded. Bow ba ba bow. Ba da bow ba da do. Ba da do do do. Ba da ba clown ba 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 da ga la bow. Can't see shit in this game. Don't know how I didn't get fucking eaten there. Oh, fuck you. Frick. Ba-da-bow, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Yo, 1000 FPS in the fucking black screen? That's nuts. That's really crazy. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Yeah, Ubuntu 2604 on a dedicated RTX 5060 is pretty lit, I gotta say. You can't forget that I, my own, was fucking enemy. I wish that I had fucked the button. Everybody, holy shit, I'm dead as a corpse today. Please tell me why. Don't worry, Ubuntu does work well, Ryan, but it still runs much worse on my card than Windows, unfortunately. The increase in performance that I have seen is fucking nuts. Like, shockingly nuts. I tested again in Subnautica 2. Let's just put it this way. I can't wait till the NVIDIA driver for my card gets better optimized. It's gonna be great. I gotta do this again. Fuck this game. Jumpy. What do you mean, Ron? Oh, I gotta grab an axe. If you mean made any special customizations to anything, if that's what you mean, then all I did was used a local account, no online account, and uninstalled the extra apps that I didn't want. I've not run any reg edits, no special scripts, nothing. Good fight. Chop it up. Yeah, anyway, I was going to say Subnautica 2, I get about 30 to 40 FPS in Linux at lower settings, and then Windows 11, I get 60 locked, and generally about 60 to 80 FPS, or even more in certain parts. So it's like a 30 to 40 FPS increase almost. That's been pretty much the common denominator. Custom tweaks in Ubuntu. No? Dude, I haven't even removed snaps. Oh, shit. Yes. Buddy, I've changed the TV for you 3 times. Damn, Discord is bright. What? Last time. Which one? Pick one, son. Okay. But I will say this, Ubuntu is performing as good as Arch did, so. Similar frame rates, nothing's changed. So it definitely seems like a driver optimization issue. Good. Yes. Don't try to grow up too fast, son. Trust me, it ain't as fun as it looks. Hello, Marco. What the fuck? I wonder if there's a way to get in front of this. No, we didn't steal the car. We just moved it because it was in the way. Yeah, it's a hell of a lot better than. And I gotta say, you know what's interesting, Ryan, is when I tested 2604 at launch with the iGPU on, I didn't even have a second screen connected, and it ran like shit. So I don't know if they've patched it. My first experience with 2604 wasn't great, but this version of it, since it's been updated, because I think there was maybe 60 packages been updated, but It works a hell of a lot better. Yep, Respawn needed something to dual boot Windows with at Sports Secure Boot, and I ain't about to use that Fedora shit. And Bazite wouldn't install, so where we're at. All right. I don't need that command. It's so funny that as soon as I complained about this not launching the game on the right GPU, it's got an update and it fixed it. It's fixed it entirely. KO, what distro am I using? This is Debian. My Debian Arch Hybrid. It's great, Marco. It's working very well. Super responsive. It works perfectly with my 2-screen setup. Everything's smooth. GNOME 50 just got a shit ton of updates for the new NVIDIA driver that make them work very well together. So I gotta say, working well. Yeah, this isn't actually Debian. KO, I was just joking. Just regular Ubuntu. But pretty much, Marco, I took my SSD out of my other computer so I could officially dual boot for the first time in forever. And I gave Linux the better SSD that I've had longer, and then I put Windows on the less good SSD that's newer. So I've got 2 NVMEs in this laptop now. It was a huge pain in the ass to get it in, but we fucking did it. We did it. Okay, I'll show you what I was talking about. We'll load into Subnautica 2, which, by the way, doesn't even launch with my card unless you have like 5 launch commands. I thought that was funny. But I'll show you what the frame rate hovers around. And yeah, I specifically was going to go with Bazite, Marco, but like I said, the installer wouldn't load. I don't know if they broke it in a recent update. Oh yeah, kernel 7's working great. And we got the 595 driver, so it's been pretty good. Yeah, I know you made it out alright. Yeah, and so. Oh man. Compiling more shaders, epic. I already did this, so I don't know what's making me do it again, but. Good. I didn't know that. I'm glad they got it. I am on 7.0.0-15. So I guess I still have it. But I'm sure it'll get pushed soon to the Ubuntu repos. It's kind of a big deal right now. I would be shocked if they didn't fix it. Make it out right and show. Let's just put it this way, chat. This is the first time, and as long as I could remember, that I did not feel the need to go back to Arch Linux. First time. I just don't. It's not irking me like it usually does. I usually miss that, but having the best of both worlds and just having the ideal setup, Windows for my music making stuff and for the game performance and the titles that work better, Call of Duty I can play with my wife, and then having Ubuntu for everything else as my main distro, the one that I'm still going to spend most of my time in. And it works so fucking well. I'm just super happy with it. And I put days into effort of setting these drives up, by the way. So definitely not something I want to have to do again anytime soon. Make it out right. Whoa. Okay. I'm going to put this on medium preset to match Windows. We'll reboot the game. In Windows 11, I get 60 FPS locked in this menu. As you can see, I'm already losing some performance on the main menu. The game is still totally playable though. I'll give it credit. It is totally playable. It's just way smoother for me on my Windows drive. And I've taken the liberty chat to basically have a majority of the same games and emulators. Everything is the same between both drives. So if I ever boot into my Windows drive and want to do a performance testing stream on there, I've got most of the same games installed. So I think I'm going to start making some content about that, like actually testing performance on my set of hardware here. With like performance overlays and all that good stuff. Oh, assertion failed. Instantly crashed in Linux. Awesome. Windows' shared memory algorithm is just untouchable compared to this. In Windows, I can overflow into actual memory and have no performance penalty, and my games will not crash. I really hope that this gets patched to be functional in that way. Assertion failed usually means that it failed to allocate memory, and that's because it can't access shared memory. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. As you can see, 36, 37. I get about 70 FPS right here in Windows, and when I'm underwater, I get up to 80 to 90. All same settings. Matter of fact, I could probably push this game to high preset in Windows. See, big stutter, drop down to 30. That's another thing that doesn't happen to me on Windows Drive. It is smooth, though, for the most part. I mean, not perfect. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 20. Okay, so this is definitely a downside to Linux, is if you run out of VRAM, either your game crashes and or lags to shit. I think in order to play this game effectively in Linux, I'm legitimately going to have to turn the settings down, even though my hardware is capable of running it at the higher settings. Not much I can do about that. Let me turn it down. Let me put textures and shadows to low, because that's the biggest VRAM eater. Let's reboot the game. Let me close some extra windows I have here so they're not consuming additional VRAM. I hope you fight a good fight and even see the light. Yeah, I know you'll make it out right and show.
Yo,
Hello.
yo, sup, mate?
Nothing much. Oh, that's a little bit better, chat.
No. I think I've talked to you earlier. Like, you are the guy who stream on YouTube?
Yes, that is me.
Yeah. You test stuff, yeah, right? You test benchmarks, etc.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing the past week.
Yeah. I remember you. Like, I subscribed to your channel.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So, like, is this your job to test stuff, or like, what do you do?
I do all sorts of content like this, but generally speaking, I just teach people about Linux.
Okay, but like, do you sell any course?
Hold on a sec, let me turn this down. I can't really hear you. Okay, do I what? Okay, try this again. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm live. E-fiber. Okay, so I need whatever that is. I might actually just have to trash some stuff. Yeah, if you look in the Discord and you go up to stream announcements, that's where I post my live links. Yeah, no problem. Well, I've got a little bit of space, okay. Okay. I wonder if this is pulling out of my inventory too. I don't think so. Maybe. Oh, it absolutely does. Okay. Hmm. Drop. Oh, you can just drop shit on the floor. Okay. Interesting. We'll see how this... I need more fibrous pulp to get fiber. If I can find that, then I should be pretty good. We'll see, though. I instantly take fucking damage. That's awesome. Ooh. Fleshlight. My favorite. Son of a bitch. Get back over here. Okay, that was a quick, easy scan at least. Oh, oxygen tunic. Can't do much with that outside of... Oh shit, I might be dead. Okay. Oh, I'm fucked. I am totally fucked. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. This game is fucking stressful. What? You okay? Hmm? You wanna watch Mickey Mouse? Hey. You've been watching this for a little bit. I'm gonna put on Mickey Mouse, okay? Yeah, y'all can take turns. There you go. Yeah, decompression sickness. So true. But you got a couple videos, so let him watch that for a little bit. Hey, get that shoe off there, though. I don't even know why that's up there. Yeah, I heard that you can build a little submarine and take it to the deepest depths of the ocean, and then it explodes and fucking kills you. It's pretty scary. Because, you know, the guy that made it in the game cheaped out on it for no reason. Made it out of plastic or some shit. This is playable. It definitely looks and runs better in Windows regardless, but this is very playable. So, if anything, I just wish that I could play it at the same settings, even if the frame rate is worse. That would be nice. I really need more salvage. Inventory's full. Damn. I need the pulp. I would love to have the sea glide. I'm starting to think maybe I don't get that on here. Is it the bioped? That fibrous pulp. Yeah, I have to say this is by far my favorite Subnautica title so far. That is not what I'm looking for. Oh, hell yeah, free Gibbs. Take it. Buddy, put that back. I'm pretty sure I had a fibrous pulp and I fucking used it. Turbine? Oh, dude, that's what I need. I need a turbine. My scanner is almost dead also. I'm gonna have to go steal a battery from my inventory. Hey, bitch, get the fuck off my case. Okay, I think this is marked on my map now. I'm gonna have to get the fuck out of here. Look at this fucking shit, dude. Oh, it's so pretty. Absolutely fucking stunning game. Traveling so slow. Okay, you can just eat those fish. That's disgusting.
Abandoned colony structure partially disassembled. processor and a power supply will unlock new fabricator recipes. But the added mass would sink your life pod. A standalone habitat is the next step on your mission. Oxygen.
Really wish I could find the pulp. No, I just put that on for him. Oh, all I need is a battery for that. A battery and a battery. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shit.
Congratulations. You have taken a major step towards Zero Debt Day. As a platform for systems like the processor and scanner station, a habitat is a vital investment in your future. A habitat can also be an emotional anchor, proof that you've built something to last. Remember, it's
Don't I have
easier
another
to
battery here?
replace a body than a base.
Acidic pouch. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we're fucking in it now, guys. Thank God we can see now.
Alien organisms may have their own interpretation of your light. From
Habitat
threat
builder,
display
scanner,
to
air
attempted
bladder.
seduction.
Just drop this shit on the ground. And show, and show. And show, and show.
Oxygen. Contact. Something large is moving nearby.
This fucking game is magnificent. Don't know. Oh, and you don't need it either. Go down. No, that's tough. Yeah, this is the new one, SD. That's SJ's. Put it back. Yes. Oh, is that fibrous pulp? I think it is. No. Damn. I don't know what use salt is. Holy shit.
Oxygen.
Oh, I can't reload. I have no battery. I've got a little bit more scanning potential here. Yes. Oh, thank God. Talk about. Oh, see. Ooh, wait.
Oxygen.
Hey, can I scan you, big boy? Please don't kill me. Oh, did your mother ask for it? Hey, hold on. You're not making that up, are you? Perfect.
Oxygen.
Bring me the other stuff, Riley. No. No, bring me the formula, buddy. Bring me the formula. And show. Up on the bed, buddy. And show. And show. And show. And show. Okay. Rinse it out. I know, buddy. Alright, watch out. Oh, he doesn't sound like he feels good at all. Okay. Here. There you go. Okay. Now, how do I get under there, though? Here we go. Yes. Hmm. Who's gonna do that? But who's gonna do that? Buddy, I don't know anybody that fixed that stuff. Yeah, that thing that you broke? Yeah. I don't know when that's gonna happen, buddy. Buddy, we'll see. This is an ask a billion questions. Go watch TV. And relax.
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
The Noetic Advisor.
Oxygen.
Aw. Yeah, I'll try my best, Chuck. Dominant, welcome. This is Ubuntu 2604. I thought this one had those gigantic airfish, but I guess not. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I'll take it. So true, Chuck. I can't believe I didn't know that.
Oxygen.
We're back to this dog shit area. Oh yeah, there actually is a lot of lead. Quite a bit of lead. I just scanned some. Oh, the AI Ubuntu, so you've made a base? What? Alright, what can I build? You can make a biofuel block. Definitely make some water. I have not made a base, no. I wasn't confused about that part. I didn't understand the AI Ubuntu thing. I did just get a habitat builder though, so I'm going to do that soon. I'm trying to make basic fins so I can swim a little bit faster. But I've been having a lot of trouble tracking down those fibrous things. I need basically 3 more. This Ubuntu comes with AI. I know that they added some, the sensor isn't working, Woody. I know they added some apps to the Snap Store that you can run AI locally, but as far as I know, I don't think there's anything like that. And if there is, it's not something that I have used. Yep. I mean, according to this Ubuntu 2604, it has native support for AI development frameworks, but nothing built in like a chat box or generating tools, just stuff you can install. Yeah, GPU utilization is actually not good because this game doesn't actually take advantage of my card properly in Linux. Okay, I've got salt. What the fuck good is that? Okay. I need more storage containers, but I haven't found any yet to buy or to craft. You said red kelp. If that's true, then I need to look for that because I haven't come across any. But I know it's got to be here somewhere. And show and show and show. Oh, I thought I could swim through that. That's stupid. I know it's usually on the deeper parts of the seafloor. Oh, can I scan that? I think I've... Hey, I'm trying to scan you. Oh yeah, I can heal if I put my arm in that. That's right. What the fuck is a wake maker? I just wanted the sea glide, but I'm starting to wonder if it's called something different in this game. Hopper. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad my assumption was not off base.
Wreck diving may lead to disorientation, asphyxiation, and print loss.
I haven't come across this shit. This is new. Yeah, I have to agree. I kind of wish it was just called the Sea Glide, but hey. If it functions the same, then I guess that's good enough for me. Okay, we'll finish going this way first.
Oxygen.
Oh, you fucking whore. You cocksucker. Tables. Shelves. Excellent. Can't wait to furnish my underwater apartment. No, you can't breathe water, but you can breathe this. But then you can't get to the surface quick.
Echo-analysis detects human remains interred beneath the sediment. This site is a mass grave.
Oh, it's kind of creepy. Oh, okay. Not gonna let me up here, is it? The fuck is the point then? I gotta access this from a different direction? Guess so.
Compartment flooded.
Okay, well. How I can.
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Oh, I'm gonna be stuck in here if I ain't quick.
Damn it. Okay.
Oxygen.
Black box. It's Tuba. I'm trapped by a marrow breach. I don't have any flares. I'm not getting eaten. The cook will not be eaten. I'd rather run out of air. Habitat's gone. Chap lost it. He blew up the beds. Some of us made it out with Ganzo.
Stop it, buddy.
I'm sorry, Ganzo. I said I was going back to Habitat, but I'm going to find the Jubilee, and I don't think they can feed you all. I'm sorry, man. I left you. I don't know where I'm gonna reprint. I don't know what I remember. Look, if I find this, the Jubilee went south, to the cave where the crabs die. Do you understand? The cave where the crabs...
You can attack me all you fucking want, but I have not been killed by a single piece of shit fish in this game. Oh, there's something shiny. And show and show and show. Oh, well. Do that. No, don't worry. I've got whatever the fuck this is. This little hammer with a sharp edge.
Deploy flares and withdraw.
I love it. It's so much better. Didn't I see some fucking... No, something over here. Yeah, I've seen some people do some wacky shit like that in the first game. Pretty cool. I could swear I saw some kelp or something over here, but I've totally lost it. Hey, on, welcome. Wish I knew what you guys are referencing, but I don't, so I'll just play along. I can't believe it's gone also. Rest in piss. I mean, peace. Oh yeah, I already saw that. I need my motherfucking red coral so I can get my pulpus pulpies. Oh, if you're referring to me, yeah. I did die. I died to sleep. Unfortunately, happens every day. Dude.
Oxygen.
Yeah, ghosts are real. I don't know what to tell you. And aliens or demons. Yeah, I gotta say, I missed the knife. Thanks for fucking reminding me that existed, Chuck. Damn. I'm gonna be fucking mad at this game until I inevitably don't beat it. Hi, buddy.
Seek medical attention.
Fuck. Give me my oily salad. Gross. Yes. Fuck. I don't know. What if? That's a good question. I don't think I should be going that way yet. I am quite the distance away from my life pod. I would say that one thing I really liked about Subnautica Below Zero was there was always light under the water thanks to all the beautiful plants and shit. They really illuminated that experience.
Oxygen.
Guess we'll go back to the live pod like it wants me to. Yeah, Subnautica. Well, I never played Subnautica 1 back when it was had a shit ton of issues. But it definitely has a vision. And Below Zero to me is just like a more refined version of that, and this feels like a reboot almost. Hoping one day my friends are like, "Oh, we'll play this," and I don't have to fucking do it alone. Francis, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Absolutely. I think I need to talk to this.
I've located Lucretia Kapoor.
Lucretia Kapoor?
You may find her final words troubling.
Oh, fuck. Hold on a second.
Frightened. Signal location.
Shit, she fucking... Oh, she called me like 20 minutes ago. I didn't mean to do that. Doodle balls. That is great to hear, Francis. I'm glad your experience with Manjaro is going well. I have not used Manjaro since 2021. for 2022, and the last time I used it, I had a good experience with it. It's kind of interesting because at the time, Wolfenstein: The New Order ran like shit in Windows, the AMD drivers, and ran at like triple the frame rate in Linux. Like you could get 120 FPS, and in Windows you'd be getting 40. And I don't know why, but at the time, Manjaro was like the arch distro that I used. And then it started getting a lot of criticisms and stuff like that. And I haven't really tested it since, but that's only because I started using Vanilla Arch. And oh, hiya. Oh, we're in fucking business. I feel like it's definitely a little overhated, for sure. I don't have no silver, dick and balls. Yeah, don't worry. I'll build a base when I feel the need to. I'm just not there yet. I just want to be able to travel faster underwater. I could swear I had silver, but apparently not. Oh, it will just spit the shit in the floor. Cool. We'll just go ahead and manufacture some stuff. Okay. Why does it keep looking at the ceiling? That's annoying. Got 2 systems, both mainly for gaming. It's a lot better. A lot of my games run better on Manjaro over Bazite. You know, Bazite 44 had a performance dip for me. Bazite 43 worked great on my system, but 44 I couldn't even get the installer to launch recently. Since I have to dual boot, because I'm using Windows 11 for some stuff at the moment, Ubuntu just made the most sense because it has built-in secure boot support. Let's just drop all this shit. I mean, I don't want to do that, but I'm gonna do that. I really need... hey, anybody in the chat know if these are gonna despawn? Because if so, I really want to be careful. I'm gonna create a manual save. I wish I could choose a save slot, but of course not. That would be too cool for school. Also, and I know this might sound like heresy, but despite KD being my favorite DE, I've really wanted to just have a break from it. If those games worked in Linux, then yes, Ubuntu is capable of all that. But all of those games are blocked anyway, so useless. But yeah, me and my wife have been talking about playing COD. So in order to have that on, I have to have secure boot. Otherwise, I would have it off. And I never know if one of my friends is going to pull up to the crib and be like, oh, you want to play Battlefield 6? I have no idea. Yeah, I also tested Kubuntu a week or 2 ago, Marco. I did not like the new update as much. I didn't dislike it, but I didn't like it that much. No, not right now. I told you to wait. Yo, I need fibrous pulp. Yes. I'm gonna go a different direction. No, not right now. I just fed you. I would definitely be down to play Helldivers 2 at some point. For sure. I guess it depends on scheduling. I'm not quite sure what the day has in store for me yet. I'm hoping I'll have some time. Dude, I'm getting fucking bored. Helldivers 2 is one of those games that actually runs really well on my 5060 in Linux. what I haven't tested it with iGPU disabled though, so it's totally possible that it will be worse. That's what the Windows install is for. Why not? Go ahead, but that's mine, not yours. Oh, see, this is the thing with Subnauticas. I feel like it can have a slow start, especially if you're like me and you don't really know what you're doing. Like, I am getting the gist of it. But, yeah, we'll see. Sure thing, Francis. I appreciate you being here, man. Also, I was going to say I don't like the air vents that push you through the map quicker, but honestly, they are kind of helpful when you run into them, and there's not so many of them that it feels busted. I'm not very bothered by it. Aiden, welcome. Appreciate you being here. I guess we can grab this. I mean, it's free Gibbs. I found fibrous pulp somewhere one time. It's got to be here. Or I'm sorry, the red kelp. I don't think I've seen this before. Yeah, Aiden, this is the new one. I'm playing it at a big performance impact, unfortunately, because the driver for my 5060 isn't very well optimized yet, but it is totally smooth and functional.
Oxygen.
I hear something over here. Oh, here we go. I mean, 595 improved performance in a lot of games, but it's still just not up to par with Windows 11 on my card.
Reprint complete.
I finally died. Holy shit.
Compatible with life.
You guys are right. I thought I was fucking invincible.
Some colonists prefer to retain
Aw, man. I'm glad I dumped most of my shit.
and verify their
I kept the stuff in my hotbar.
Consult your databank for emotional and
Yeah, so pretty much, Aiden, on Subnautica 2, I get like between 60 to 90 FPS at the same settings in Windows. Resident Evil 9, I see a 20 to 30 FPS increase. Same with Resident Evil 4, it's even higher than that sometimes. Pretty much like the super intense games, but even though some of the lightweight ones have some weird issues on 595 too. And not to mention certain games are just totally broken in 595 on 5000 series cards. At least RE9 works now, but you know, that took quite the amount of time for that driver to get pushed. You pretty much had to build it from Catchy's repos. I will fucking beat your ass, bitch. Yeah, maybe I'm just going in the wrong direction for the red kelp. Yeah, you pretty much have to, Fedora 44 now has the 595 driver by default, the same way Ubuntu 2604 does. Pop! OS 2604 is going to have 595 also. Catchy got it first, and Bazite and Pika, and then Arch got it, and then Ubuntu got it a couple weeks after. I mean, it's a mostly stable driver. It just has issues with my particular graphics card. That's the problem. The 595 driver is great on non-RTX 5000 series cards.
Get your flares ready. Keep them away from the kids. Two of them. Hey.
Look.
Uh-oh.
If you look at Proton DB reports, that's going to be the biggest thing you're seeing people complaining about. It's 5000 series cards. Well, it just depends on what you're playing. It's one of those situations where it's just particular games. And not many people are playing shit tons of itch.io games, and not everybody's playing RE9, stuff like that. Holes? Yummy. Hey, I need fucking red kelp, please.
Remember that breath holding is a good way to train up your conscientiousness and self-discipline.
I will say though, my 595 experience has been the best in Ubuntu by far. That's because it's a more stable 595 release, and Arch it got updated to like 595.71. That's the one I had the most issues with. I guess I should go pick up the other black boxes too.
Contact. Primary habitat detected.
By the way, chat, anybody that is new to the channel, we do have a channel Discord. We'd love to have you. It's in the pinned comment of the stream chat by the support links. Yeah, 595.71. For some reason, that particular driver is where all of my itch.io games started breaking. I think Ubuntu's on 595.58, I believe, and this one is more stable for my use case. Hey. Starting to wonder if we're going to be able to get in here easily. Oh, hell yeah.
My species finds this message.
Hell yeah.
You may be the very last human being in the universe.
And if it hadn't been for,
You get to write the
me
last
needing
chapter
secure
of my
boot, I
story.
probably would have dual booted with Arch, but I need secure boot.
Ask you to do the most human thing you can. Forget your debt. Forget Noah. Forget Altera. Forget Zazora and the life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to die here, and that's all right. Pick the most interesting thing you can see.
Oh,
and explore.
You got 60 seconds. Tell me what the most interesting thing you've ever said ever is. Go! Fire. This is, Tread, welcome. This is Subnautica 2, yes. Which, by the way, for anybody that is interested, this game on RTX 5000 series cards, at least for mine, and according to Proton DB reports, does require some launch commands to work properly. So I'll pull those up on stream real quick to show you. Just in case anybody else runs into it not loading properly like it did for me. If I could get the fucking properties menu to open, because Steam hates me. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll have to do that. I think it will let me open the menu while the game is running for some reason. The game runs fine in Windows 11, so my CPU utilization is pretty low. On average, I get around 20-something% usage in every game, including the poorly unoptimized ones. So I couldn't speak on that. But in Linux on the 595 driver, I am definitely losing quite a bit of FPS on my 5060.
Day 755. I think I've cracked it.
I get like 60 to 90 FPS in Windows 11, and here I get, generally speaking, about 40 average. But it's a smooth 40, so it doesn't really bother me. Something that'll get fixed with the drivers, I'm sure.
Tune the sonic resonators to destroy the viral crystals grown by the bloom strain. We should test on the angel combs out west with those promising heat shock proteins. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'm just a dietitian. No one should have woken up a virologist.
The game mode is installed. I do have it enabled for this particular game. It makes zero difference. Okay. Come on. I'm gonna barely make it. I'm gonna fucking. Let me out! Oh. I'll have to come back over here later. I main vanilla Arch 99% of the time, but I recently set up a dual boot. I got my other SSD out of my other laptop and installed Windows 11 on that. So I'm using Ubuntu 26.04 because it has good secure boot support. It's been a really good experience too. I'm very happy with it. And by the way, I've tested all of these same games across a multitude of distros. They all run pretty much identically between the distros, so my best guess is, according to GPU utilization monitoring, which does work in other distros, my GPU is usually underutilized by quite a bit. Whereas in Windows 11, it's pegged at 100%, so I get more FPS. And there's no way that my 28-thread i7 is bottlenecking me. I've got more than enough memory, so just one of those things. Yeah, well, I have an RTX 5068 gig, and in-game graphics setting is 1080p, I think. Well, I don't know if that's the case here. Yeah, so it's actually 1600p, but I have DLSS set to balanced and medium preset with low textures and low shadows, because in Linux it will literally just crash on my 8 gig card. Which actually happened earlier on stream, whereas in Windows I can play it at higher settings across the board, maintain an extra 30 to 40 FPS, and never crash. So yeah, I guess if you got similar hardware, it might be a test worth running, but otherwise, I don't know. Sure, this game runs great on AMD hardware, though. Oh, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Buddy, be patient. Let me, there. Yeah, Aiden, thank goodness. See, it's like a double-edged sword. I was going to build a 9070 XT computer, but with the RAM prices and SSD being so fucking expensive, there was no conceivable way for me to build a computer of those specs without spending like $500 or $600 more than I should have to. So I had a limit, pretty much, with how much I was willing to spend, which was about $1,200, and I got like a full-fledged whole-ass PC here with a good display and everything for $1,200. So I was lucky. I was able to grab it before the prices increased. This laptop now goes for $1,500+, and I got it for $1,199. Does Elden Ring perform on my system? Yes. Needless to say, 99% of the video games I play run at 60 FPS with no issues. But they could be running at 80 FPS. And Subnautica is the first game I've played on Linux that runs at 30 to 40. So, once again, runs from 60 to 90 on Windows. A lot of that has to do with Windows shared memory algorithm being really good, though. Really, really good. God, dude, this is so beautiful. You know what's funny though, Aiden? The last desktop that I owned had an RX 7600 in it, and I had so many issues with the AMD drivers, it wasn't even funny, man. Everything ran better in Linux on that computer, and I mean every last bit of software. In Windows, Sony games would shut my computer down because it would try to apply an overclock to the GPU of 10 megahertz, so I would have to underclock or undervolt my graphics card to prevent my system from shutting down. Not to mention terrible performance issues in a handful of games like Spider-Man 2, even though I fixed that issue. The game just ran like shit, whereas in Linux I was getting like perfect frame rate. So needless to say, on that computer I felt absolutely no need whatsoever to have Windows installed. And this is the first computer that I've owned in a while where Windows just outperforms it. Why VK3D is struggling to run the game in Linux? I'm using CatchyOS, and what the game does is doing shader comp in the background. Elden Ring, most of the games that are out now use DirectX 12. DirectX 12 titles just shader comp in real time. That's how it is. I can launch into Elden Ring, and the game will run at a locked 60 FPS in like 20 seconds. Shader comp runs immediately for me. No issues whatsoever. I have tons of performance issues in CatchyOS, though. There's a reason I don't use it.
This planet is poison.
If this works, we can slow down the syndromes by
Repair tool.
until we find a cure.
What if there is no cure?
Chap. Sweetie, don't be scared.
Dehydration.
No, I will find a way.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You can mitigate some of that, though, by allowing Steam to pre-download and pre-cache shaders, but it will use a lot of CPU resources in the background when you're not playing anything, so really just depends on how you want to handle it. Alright, we'll go back to the live pod. I still haven't found my fucking shit. No, Elden Ring is running purely base everything. High preset, 1600p, locked 60 FPS. The only launch option that I have to add is because I have a CPU with so many cores. I have to set wine CPU topology, that's it. And that forces Proton to only use 16 cores, so 8 performance cores with 16 threads. Don't have to touch anything. The game just won't launch if you don't do that on a CPU like this. It will in Windows, but in Linux, Wine or Proton really hates it. Matter of fact, I have Elden Ring installed. Now, the DLC of Elden Ring is terribly optimized and it's dropped frames on every computer I've ever owned in certain spots. Even, like, my GPU utilization will just drop. It's just not well optimized. Well, from what I understand is, even if you don't have efficiency cores, if you have over a certain amount of cores, that game, Easy Anti-Cheat, will not let you play it. So there are people with like super high-end Ryzen CPUs that don't have efficiency cores that also have to add Wine CPU topology. Yeah, I'm not sure, Tren. Well, what driver are you using? What hardware do you have? That would be useful information.
Seek medical attention.
Hey, let me fucking... Fuck you. I need to go catch some fishies. Oh, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow. Okay, well. Fuck you then, fish. Yeah, I don't even turn motion blur off. My game runs at perfect 60. Once again, Catchy has a custom kernel. Some people do receive some type of a performance benefit from that, That has not been my case. I've tested Catchy on multiple computers. The only computer where the Catchy kernel made any difference for me was a Chromebook with like a 2014 dual-core Intel Pentium in it. That's it. Or a Celeron, I mean. That's the only computer where Catchy's kernel ever performed better. My performance in general in Catchy is worse. My games stutter more. My games run at lower frame rates. I just refuse to use it. Mainline kernel performs much better on my system. And of course, that's what Ubuntu's using. That's what Vanilla Arch uses. That's what Endeavor uses. And the Fedora kernel runs very well on here also. Catchy is really overhyped, despite being not so perfect, like people like to claim it is. Which kind of sucks, because that's going to lead to people installing it thinking they're going to have the best experience possible, and it's just not going to be the case.
Oxygen.
Lenovo Legion 5 2020. Oh, we both have Lenovo Legions. Cool. Yeah, no. That game can run at a lock 60 on a RX 6600, which is like a 2060. So yeah, you should be getting that frame rate. My best assumption is Catchy has configured something in your system that is not utilizing your hardware properly. I don't know what graphics driver you're using. I'm assuming Catchy probably installed 595 Open Kernel module. But you might have one of the cards that legitimately performs better on 580 proprietary. So, first thing I would do is maybe try to find some documentation for how to downgrade to the 580 proprietary driver. But generally speaking, in Arch, I find it's much more difficult to downgrade drivers, which is another reason I chose Ubuntu, because I can type in a single command and install any NVIDIA driver that I want in a matter of like a minute. Yes. Not yet. No, isn't he watching that? No, I have to agree. Catchy does a couple things really well. Here's what I'll say about Catchy. They have the best out-of-the-box BTRFS snapshot support that I've ever seen with Lamine and Grub. Catchy will snapshot every important thing that you do on your computer through a terminal, or any system update, anything. And it automatically adds all that to your boot menu. So you can easily roll back in Catchy. And for an Arch-based distro that's even more cutting edge than actual vanilla Arch, I would say that's really cool that they've set that up. I like the fact that they package certain Pacman packages and some AUR packages in their own repo with compression algorithms, so they install faster and you don't have to get everything from the AUR. That's really cool. Yeah, 595. There you go. That's exactly what I was just saying. But Catchy's custom kernel is problematic at worst and maybe a little better at best, depending on your hardware. And Catchy will package even newer GPU drive. Like they did something a couple months ago where they packaged a new NVIDIA driver that totally broke people's systems. That's how cutting edge Catchy is, and that's exactly why I'm against it. I want up to date, but I don't want so up to date that it's going to constantly break stuff. And even vanilla Arch is just pretty stable these days. But Ubuntu is really up to date now too. They've switched their release model, and they're actually keeping it on par with like Fedora and Arch. Not quite as close, but much closer than it used to be. Conga, welcome. Great to hear it. Vazite is a really good distro. I like it quite a bit. Matter of fact, if Vazite 44 had loaded when I tried to install it the other day, that's what I'd be running right now. But I'm glad I went with Ubuntu because I'm actually having a great time with it. Maybe I should just... I'll go this way. There's got to be somewhere. Oh, this area hates my fucking performance. Holy shit. Yeah, I used Vazite on and off for about a month or so and had a pretty good time with it, but then the 44 update ruined my FPS. So I just decided to switch back. Looks like we might be in the right area for some coral. Or kelp. But yeah, Trend, I would just look into that, maybe downgrading to 590 open kernel module or 580 proprietary, if possible. Well, see, that's the thing, Ron. Catchy performs worse in gaming workloads for me and everybody that I know that's used it. It's supposed to perform better in games, and yet most of the people I speak to say that it doesn't do that. So I'm conflicted on it. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, dude. And it sucks, too, because I really like Fedora Atomic. Like, I really like it. Fedora Kinoite was, like, my go-to for a while. Thought it was a great distro, but that was Fedora 42. Yep, fair enough, Congo. Well, welcome into the community, man. It's great to have you here. If you ever have any questions, and this goes for anybody in the chat, we've got tons of really experienced Linux users. I myself have been using it for 14 years. I pretty much know live Linux for as long as I can remember. The primary directive of this channel is to help people, teach people. That goes for the Discord too. If you're ever in there, feel free to ask questions. We've got many chats specifically for dedicated topics when it comes to Linux.
Seek fresh water intake.
Fuck, dude, I'm going thirsty again. Dude. You know what? It's worth it. I do live and breathe Linux. I have to agree. Yeah, well, they forgot. They forgot how to tweak for gaming, too. CPU temp is too high? You think 80 degrees Celsius is too high for a 28-thread CPU? And a laptop? I don't know what planet you live on, buddy. Boot C-based Arch distro. I mean, hey, if you end up trying it out, let me know how it goes. I've never experimented with that. Well, Congo, I'm on an RTX 5060, and I have to say, at the moment, my card does perform much better, generally speaking, in gaming workloads and Windows for sure. So I would probably wait, kind of like I am right now. And I've mained Linux on this computer for 3 months. And I had a ton of headaches. Like, my streaming went from every night to, like, a couple times a week because I was tired of fighting with my computer. Not worth it. Now in a year, I'm sure the driver support will be terrific, but until then, there are some massive performance differences between both of those operating systems, unfortunately. I'm about to give up on finding this fucking kelp. Oh, what is that? Okay, I've already scanned that apparently. Yeah, me too, Respawn. Honestly, if Linux Mint 23 comes out and has a good Wayland session, I might just switch to that on this drive. I fucking love Linux Mint, as you guys know. That was my top tier distro for the longest time. One of my favorites ever. Just waiting for that Wayland session. Oh, I think I already came here. Yeah, I mean, some games will definitely work better. That's the thing. It just depends. Like, for instance, I'm losing 40 FPS in this game right now playing it in Linux. Like, that's how big the difference is for me. Dude, where is the kelp? Where is the kelp? I need it. I thought I was on the path for it, but apparently not. Maybe I have to go deeper. Okay, a literal dead end. If I don't find it soon, I'll switch to something else. Fucking nose. Ow. Dude, we've been sick with something that's caused our noses to be, like, super sensitive on the inside. Like, bleeding a lot. I want to see what the water blur being off looks like. It's supposed to be, like, from certain angles, it's supposed to look different. Oh, I definitely need that. Company brands use proprietary drivers. Well, proprietary drivers no longer being developed in that sense. I've got a Lenovo Legion, and absolutely nothing is locked down for me. It's just if you're on an older NVIDIA card, sometimes proprietary drivers just better. But proprietary drivers not being developed. So when I say proprietary, I mean you're using a driver that is no longer being actively maintained, but you can still use it. It's just easier to do in distros like Ubuntu and Debian. Ubuntu especially, because it has everything in the repo. It's just there. Oh, hell yeah. Give me that. Give it. Oh, I need that shit.
Oxygen.
Dude, thank God. At least I found something useful. Now if I could just find the fucking kelp. Boom, 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 boom. Uninstalled power profiles, damn it. I thought Catchy came with tuned. Isn't it supposed to ship with tuned now? Catchy OS ship with power profiles, daemon, or tuned. This tuned is the one that I had issues with. Nope. Okay, it does come with power profiles, daemon. I would try tuned then. I mean, tuned kept my CPU clock way too high. I mean, it was like awful. My CPU was running at like 96 degrees Celsius and running certain tasks because of tuned. For me, Power Profiles Daemon actually runs it properly, like Windows does. Dum, 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 dum. Okay. What does this do? I mean, I might as well. So fucking unorganized in here. Yeah, give me all the water. Okay, one more time trying to find this fucking kelp. I'm gonna go in the opposite direction, I think. I think I need this for batteries. I'll grab that. Are you kidding me? Fuck you. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Give me all of it. Thank God. Oh man, I was starting to wonder. Okay, what was I trying to craft here? Okay. Basic fins. Yes. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have wasted that. Okay, we'll keep that put up. So do you auto-equip the fins? Yes, you do. Okay, so I need... Yeah, I really... Didn't I pick up an aesthetic pouch? I don't guess so. No, fucker. Stop doing that. I need a wiring kit, silver, and grease. So I need silver. How the fuck do I get grease? Okay, I need silver. Okay. I feel like they made it more complicated to get this in this game. If I remember correctly, though, I came across silver once deep in this side of the map. You know what? Might be a good time to play something else. This game gets a little samey after a while. And I will open that launch command, like I said, to show you guys what you need when you're playing it to get it to launch on this series card. Okay, this is really annoying. This is an issue with GNOME specifically, where you will click through the menus before they ever actually open. This doesn't happen in KDE. I thought about maybe installing KDE as a secondary DE here, even though I don't generally like doing that. But yeah, this is pretty annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna restart Steam. Usually it opens after a few clicks. Boop, 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 boodly boop. Dog, problem solved. There we go. Anyway, so we have game mode, Manglehead Proton _ use NTSync1. I added that. Didn't help anything, unfortunately. So the main ones are VKD3D _ disable _ extensions equals VK _ EXT _ mesh _ shader, comma, VK _ NV _ raw _ access _ chains. % command %. And the experience is still not very optimal. And Proton 11 also. Apparently there's a new Little Nightmares game. VR though. What is this, like a fucking Altered Echoes? Interesting. Yes. Okay, I've been wanting to see how Lords of the Fallen would run. Oh, son. Don't want to hear it. If that works, it works. If not, I'm sorry. Hot dog, diggity dog. I remember when this game came out, I played it on a. Oh, he fell asleep. Oh, is this gonna be another game that doesn't like my Shit ton of cores. Yes, let it charge. What do you not understand? No, it has to charge. Let me look at ProtonDB for this. Doesn't get past easy anti-cheat with any other Proton version. Okay. So I need to add this to Proton GE latest. Oh, I love clicking through menus. Dude, I almost got to fix that. Yep. I've played this game some. I like it. I like it way better than I like the original. Doesn't matter. It needs to charge. Yeah, I told you not to mess with it. There, it's charging. Now leave it be. Launch error. Did this guy lie? Okay, yeah, it says set wine CPU topology. My assumption is I will, in fact, have to do that. Let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, because Proton GE spit out the other error that Elden Ring spits out. So I need to finish playing the Elden Ring DLC on PC. I beat it 7 times on console. I have not beaten it on PC yet. Dude, I can't wait for Pop 2604 to come out. I look forward to trying it. Yes, son. Nobody. That charger don't work. Well, because Proton Catchy OS offers me absolutely zero benefit. Similar to the Catchy kernel, does nothing. But my damn stutter worse. Proton GE is the standard and has been for a long time, so I trust it. I love the developer. Done some great work. I only have Proton Catchy for 1 game or 2 games, and those are games that are broken on this driver, and that's the only reason why. Because it has a VKD3D keep command that you can add to the Steam launch argument that makes it work on the 595 driver, which is not necessary on any other driver, by the way. So it's more of a driver issue. M-I-C-K-Y. Exaworks. I might, you know what? I'll load in and see how this runs, but then I think I want to play Elden Ring. I think I'm at the Scorpion boss. I'm very close to the end of the DLC. I want to beat it. But good thing to go ahead and let the shader cache. I'm testing Pop! OS 2604 when it comes out. It'll be super easy too. Because I don't think I have too many games installed that I couldn't copy them to my external storage, and then I could just clean install this boot drive. You're not listening. No, there's not. Those don't work, and you know that. Okay, give me my phone. Gotta listen. That up there. My phone will be charged once your mother's finishes charging. More important than her phone is charged. %. It's almost there. I was kind of hoping after 2 years the Elden Ring DLC would be optimized better. I don't know why they still haven't fixed it. Let that charge. If Pop! OS 2604 fixes the memory leak, then I think that might be a distro that I would want to stay in for a long time. Really like Cosmic. It's really lightweight. It runs great on 2 screens. I love the workspace switching. Yeah, well, I mean, the game is smooth on standard Proton, too. That's the thing, right? Like, not a game that necessarily requires any particular version except to get past the easy anti-cheat thing. But that's it. The game used to work on Proton 8, Proton 9, Proton 10. You're crazy, boy. Frank, it's Ubuntu 2604 with secure boot enabled, so I could dual boot. Okay. I snatched my 1 terabyte Samsung NVMe out of my other computer, so now I actually have both. Great. Why is it advertising that to me? Okay. DLSS Ultra Performance. Yeah, of course. Fuck that. Full screen, 1080p, quality, sharpness 50. Video reflex, low latency, no. Fucking hate that shit. And we will go automatically high preset and see how it runs. Boop, boop. Yeah, Bill Gates didn't let me free. I'm still happily using Bill Gates's. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with Windows anymore, so I don't know why you keep saying that, but I know you're just being funny. Anyway. No, I've still got FL Studio on my plugins. I've still got the OS that runs my games better, man. I'm happy. I got both. It's great. The best compromise I've ever made. Motion blur, I like. Film grain off. Chromatic aberration, no. Is that the tab button? Oh, it put it on my other display. Okay. I was able to drag it over. Hope that doesn't cause any issues. I don't know where I'm at in this game or what the fuck is going on. I've not played it in 2 years. I played it on Xbox. Pretty good. Wow, what a way to spawn in. How do you... Okay, space is dodge. That's block. Isn't X run? B is walk. How the fuck do you sprint? It's a pretty good fucking frame rate. Way higher than I was expecting. Or... Hey, I need to break your little pouchy thing. Oh, holy shit. Didn't they patch this game to not be as ganky? Yeah, I don't want to lock... I want to fucking destroy your pouch. Fucking bitch. Dude, it's not letting me move. How in the fuck do you sprint? Hiccup. Why don't you put a little makeup? Come on up at the table. Motherfucker, come on the table. You wanted to. I don't want to come up on the table. Table. Well, that worked out. Okay. He just fucking ran off the edge. That was epic. No, why is my character not attacking in the direction I want him to? Is it Alt? No. Did I unlock the boss down here yet? I remember in the Xbox version, I made it to like some fucking boss that I'm trying to remember. Some boss on a bridge that whooped my ass. That's all I remember. It's telling me to press Control plus right click. Okay, I'm not on the right thing here, am I? This is running magnificently well. I am kind of surprised, because back when I played this on my 4060 Ti, it was running at like 70, 80 FPS. I'm rather impressed. I just don't know how to sprint. You know what I really want to do, chat? I've got a Nintendo Switch too. I've been thinking about getting the Breath of the Wild next-gen update for it because I really wanted to go back and play that game. But also, part of me just wants to download it and run it through MU, I think is what it's called. That would be a great game to do a 4K playthrough of. Oh, it's V? Ew. Ugh. Brody. Absolutely terrible controls. What? Yeah, you did good. What is about a little table? Okay, well, I'm jumping without it. That's decent jump. Not great, but okay. Wow, you dick, sucker, bitch. Oh, I'm dead. Run's great, though. Very happy with it. I wonder if my GP utilization would show up properly in Pop. When does Pop come out? It should be literally any time now. They said that they were going to release it a month after Ubuntu. Expected to launch approximately 1 month after Ubuntu, targeting release window in May 2026. So it is the 16th. Ubuntu came out on the 23rd, so exactly 1 week from now, we might see Pop OS 2604. Okay. Very excellent. Glad to know it runs well. All right, Elder Bling. Okay, so there's two ways to play Elden Ring on the 595 driver with this hardware. One, you can either run it with Proton's Catchy OS and the VKD3D heap command. Otherwise, it'll break in loading screens on 5000 series cards. Or you can play it on Proton 8 and only use the command for wine CPU topology. Proton 8 seems like a more stable option, but I think it performs a little bit worse. Wanted to. I don't want to look up on a table. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. Well, I'm in suicide my time. Where angels they go to die. What's up? Why don't you bust a little lip? I'm on top of my fucking table.
I just came up with an idea. Practice take. Run far away. Here it comes. The love of life.
Great game. Now it's not going to let me apply the settings for a minute. This has been a bug in the game since it launched, by the way.
I hope you have a good life. I know you'll fight the good fight, and so
Come on, man. Let me change my fucking windowed mode.
do it right. I know
Or whatever.
that you will see a light.
This is going to suck. I might have to relaunch it.
Girls, I hope you have a good life, and that you find the right.
That is great to hear. Yeah, Mango Hut is pretty damn good. Yes, I am here. Really wish this is in borderless windowed mode because it feels less smooth than actual full screen. Oh, fuck you. Gator Cash, can you finish your job? I haven't run this game yet. Fuck me for the first minute. What? Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. God, I hate that fucking attack. Dude, when this game shader caches, it pushes my fucking CPU to the max. Nuts. Oh yeah, I got a message. I know. All right. How much FPS am I getting? I'm not sure. I don't have a counter on. Why did he just now respond to that? Oh. Hold on, I gotta tab out for a minute.
Which I'll always fight. I know that we did it right. Yeah, I knew.
Nope, I have been testing without it, which is why the game was lagging so bad for the first short amount of time. That is the one issue with not pre-caching shaders, is if you don't do that, your game's going to run worse at first. I switch this to borderless window now. There we go. Let me see if my shader caching is done. GPU usage is still a little bit higher, but it doesn't seem like it's on. And I can't access the Steam overlay. Reload it. You would do it right, and so and know, and so. Another issue with the game is sometimes it'll refuse to shut down, which I find particularly annoying. I know. And a Steam machine's gonna be almost $1,200. Damn. Yes, buddy. I know you always something. Went up there and made sandwiches. What? Huh? I don't think I have any. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to use Mango HUD because that I don't need you to. Damn. For some reason it will not let me turn on the stream or the Steam frame rate counter in this game. I know, and so. Huh? Because it's dead. I wonder if it builds shader cache every time you launch it. Let me pull this over here. Nope, shouldn't. The wine CPU topology thing is, it makes no difference to performance. Matter of fact, could have a negative performance impact if you limit your CPU cores. But when you have so many cores, like I have 28 threads, that trips the easy anti-cheat. That's the only thing the command is there for. I know. I wonder if having it in true full screen would have fixed that. At least it's loading properly. I kind of assumed it wouldn't. Dude, I fucking hate this boss. Oh, there we go. Huh? I mean, you could try the wine CPU topology command, but I fucking hate this DLC is. Buddy, I don't know where it's at. No. I'm getting bored. Huh? Fine. No. I'm gonna set that other computer back up, I promise. What? Yeah, I won't do that though if you don't stop. Oh, one thing that you could try to boost your FPS in this game, except for in the DLC, like I said, it's gonna run like shit because it's poorly optimized. But you can also mod the game to unlock the frame rate, which theoretically could allow you to have more performance when it's capable. Can't really do anything about real-time shader caching though. That's gonna take time no matter what. My game is still shader caching. My CPUs are all pinned. Not 100%, thank God, but I've noticed that Shadow Keep is the worst performing area of the DLC by far. See, right now my GPU is only being utilized at like 70-80%. 1600p, high settings. And also remember, Proton 8 is a much older Proton version. That will most definitely have somewhat of an impact on performance, unfortunately. Not like 40 FPS like you're experiencing, but losing a couple FPS here and there. I need to configure Mango HUD to be bigger. That shit is so difficult to see. I just wasted the wrong healing item. Fuck. Yeah, holy shit, that effect sucks. Can't see. I got staggered. I should have gotten the Great Dragon Katana. Then I could just poke her to death. I wonder if I have that in my inventory. I have the Great Katana. That's a good question. I think there are enemies that you can cut pieces of them off. I think. Fuck. I'm fucked. Yeah. If I fuck that up, I'm just gonna die to the second attack because I get staggered for too long. You know what's really hilarious is one of the worst performing areas in the DLC is the fucking the final boss of the DLC, Consort. His magic attacks, dude, absolutely nuts. Okay, I'll show you what I kind of mean about the unoptimized parts of the DLC here. These are areas where it will drop frames no matter what you do. And like the game will run at a perfect lock 60 in the base game. And it'll run at 60 in a lot of areas of the DLC. But this area in particular is fairly intensive, unfortunately. There's a bridge that you cross at the very beginning of the DLC that'll also tank your frame rate. I mean, I think it's a lot of the fire effects and stuff, honestly. Yep, see? Cross over that loading zone right there into this area, all of a sudden it drops. Oh, shader cache. Big shader cache. Holy shit. Perfect example of what I'm talking about. I mean, who can blame it? Look at all those fucking fire effects. Man, I have not been to this. I think you can go down here. Yeah, you can. Let me plug my phone up. Oh. By the way, the frame rate drops have nothing to do with your settings. It will drop the same across the board. Low settings, high settings, 1080p, 1600p. I remember I attacked that guy one time and he kept killing me. Dude, I miss the days of DirectX 12 games not being so dog shit. I know. No stone sword keys. I haven't gone through the tutorial. I'll do that real quick. Oh, wow. Yeah, I have it turned down because it honestly gets on my nerves. Very loud. And I honestly play worse when I've got this super climactic boss music in my ears. I mean, I have the audio up, it's just really quiet. Is there a boss down here? Yeah, that makes sense since it takes place in a tiny little cave. Makes sense. Sense. I thought there was a fucking boss in here. Alright, chat. I have to run outside real quick. I'll be right back. I will, I guess I don't need to fight the boss. Okay, 1 second. I'm still here. I just gotta real quick. I know. Stay here, son. And so, yeah, I'll do a run through this area to shader comp. Be right back. I gotta run outside real quick. Stay here. Goodness gracious. Watch out. I hath returned. My birthday was a week ago, so my mom wanted to get me a cake. You find a good lie. Oh, you should, Ryan. I'd love to hear how your experience goes. Man, when can I play this on Proton Experimental again? Why do I have to use such an old version? I guess I could try Catchy Proton. It's such a shitty situation to be in. Proton 8 is so unoptimized. I know. Yeah, so shader pre-caching would help with some of the initial frame drop and stutter, for obvious reasons, but the fact that we're shader caching on the fly and still maintaining close to 60 frames per second on a terrible old out-of-date Proton version is kind of what I'm referring to when I say I'm surprised that yours is dropping so bad. Because we're playing in like the non-ideal conditions, whereas you are pretty much under the most ideal conditions, technically speaking. Good lie. You find. CPU is imbalanced. I've turned it to high performance, never see any actual use case for it, and it's a laptop, so I definitely don't want it to run at the hottest it possibly can. But in balanced mode, when my CPU needs to boost, it boosts to the highest it possibly can. And when it doesn't, it doesn't. So I'm able to maintain actually good temperatures. And when you've got a CPU this powerful, you don't need that extra little bit, because my CPU is far from, it's the opposite of a bottleneck, basically. And this runs even better on Proton Experimental GE or Catchy's Proton, because they're much more up to date with modern standards. Proton 8 came out a long time ago. But on the 5000 series cards, this game will not work on other Proton versions, including with Catchy's Proton and the fix. It'll still break in the loading screens. So I just get fucked. I pretty much have to play the game on Proton 8 for it to load. I'm using Proton 8. Like I said, the game is running worse now because it's on such an old version of Proton. The game runs even better on new Proton. But like I said, it'll break in the loading screens on 5000 series cards. When I was playing this game on the 590 Open Kernel Module driver with Proton Experimental, it was locked 60 everywhere but in like a couple areas of the DLC, and I compared it to Windows, and it actually dropped in the same areas in Windows. Well, see, that's the problem, Trent, is that, like I said, it won't let me load saves on other Proton versions except for Catchy's. I can try switching it to Catchy, but it's still broken the loading screen, so I don't know if that's going to be worth it, but I'll try. And of course, rain effects in this game have always been a little bit heavy, but not too terribly much. And the Catchy Proton with the heap command did fix it for a while, but then I was playing the DLC and it just broke again. Very annoying, because it worked for like the majority of the game. I think I played through pretty much the entirety of the DLC with no issues, and then bam, stopped working. Goodbye. But even under these unideal conditions, it's still hitting like 55 FPS average. Mainline kernel though, like I said. And a 595 driver, but not the .71 extension. Definitely filling the shader cache though, that caused the game to micro stutter. Let me try son of a bitch. I can send you a picture of it. Yes, which has a price tag of $12.99 on it, so don't let them rip you off. Well, it does. I was there like 4 days ago. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I haven't been going to the other one. Yeah, they're really cheap there. I don't think they'll ID you, but well, I mean, they ID me and they used to know me there, but I haven't been there in 3 years. Yeah, you're right. They're supposed to. All right. I'll tell you exactly what to ask for too. Okay, well, I'll send it to you, and I'm sure we'll like it either way. I will. All right, thank you. All right. Love you, bye. And I can't sew what I can, but I get. So funny when somebody thinks they hung up and they just start singing. Could not imagine. All right, let's do the away screen real quick, chat. And then I will come back and test Elden Ring. Let's see if I can get it running with the Catchy Proton.
Pull up, Mesa FL Studio download.
Okay there.
Tonight pan stream. Bombard, you know. Mesa gay as just son, Mesa love suck dick slow. Acoustic version first, then full production more. Mesa gay, extra gay flow. Sucking dick champ, put the energy on the show. Apocalypse, no ragamuffin style, yes sir. Mesa Jaja.
All right, Catchy. See if it lets me load in.
Yes sir. No one talk too much yet, but Mesa do the soft one first. Mama, learn the big fancy tool, a drum and bass pile up high. The soft one come like Riverside, raw like how them born. Ooh, my album tell whole story of Mesa life, marriage picnic and Mesa gay life. Mesa excited for share pan stream, but that it live. Bombard, Mesa officially gay. Okay day, Mesa good at sucking dick. You know, the real one take many months. Mesa self-produce everything slow, but worth it though. Mesa FL Studio done download. Okay day, install tonight pan stream. Miss a gay as just son, Miss a love suck dick slow. Ragoski version first, then full production go. Miss a gay, extra gay flow. Sucking dick champ when the energy pan the show. Apocalypse, no ragamuffin style, yes sir. Miss a Jaja Rasta come make the whole place mess up. Miss a go back bad old tune, find new nice sound.
Gosh, never. Oh, now it's actually working with the Steam overlay too. No. Yeah, instantly breaks in the loading screen. I'll show you what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what it does. It'll just freeze. It won't let me load. I know, buddy. Okie day. 5,000 series card blues be like. Opa sucka sucka salsa. Osi day. Yeah. Pretty cringe. This is one reason I have Windows 11 installed for shit like this. Sometimes I wish I had a last gen card just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit. Huh? Oh, that almost killed the stream on accident. No, that ain't the right one, son. Stop. Because you don't listen. Don't mess with it. We'll see what happens when your mother gets up. I'm also having trouble killing the process now. Oh, yeah. Probably loading into a different save. Sometimes that'll glitch it, but some of these saves just become totally soft locked if it happens. You can't really get back into it. Hey, you don't have any storage. Delete some of the games. Delete some of the games. We'll see. I don't think it's going to work, but it has. Delete a couple games. Yep. Yeah, sorry, man. I can't give you better testing than that, but you know, I'd rather be able to play the game at a slightly lower frame rate on Proton 8 than not be able to play it at all, I guess. So, really hope that NVIDIA gets this driver sorted out sooner than later, because this is ridiculous. Yes, son. I don't know. Try it. And the launch command did fix it for a while, but I guess they broke it again.
Oh, Daddy.
I'll look at ProtonDB real quick, though.
Daddy. That's uppercut.
Hey, do it. Apparently not. Okite. Balama toka toka soka songe. Okay. HatchOS 11 version. I would assume that's what I have. Oh, no, it's updating. Maybe this will fix it. Proton Plus is supposed to automatically update my tools, so I don't know why it didn't do that. Okay, son. Son, give it time. You're not listening. Okay, I'm about to take it from you. Okay, I gotta send this picture to my mom real quick. Trusted is not a word, buddy. Okay. We'll try Catchy Proton without the launch command. Buddy. Relax. Wookie day. Whoa. I thought this version of Catchy Proton was supposed to fix it, Proton DB. Okay. If I switch Proton versions too much more, it's gonna ban me from the game for 24 hours. So I'm gonna try one more fucking thing. I'll try Proton 11. Nope. It's giving me a headache. Get off there. Well, yeah, sorry about that, man. I wish there was something I could do, but just how it is on 5,000 series cards. So disappointing, but I'm not surprised. There's a reason I was using Protonate. Okay, okay. Oh, what else have I been testing in Windows? Expedition 33, I remember being quite the benefit. Astroneer, I was getting like 100 extra FPS. Okay, let's try Outlast. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I was about to say windowed gaming. I think there's a way to unlock the frame rate in this game. Oh, damn, we're here. Ah! This fucking area sucks. Son of a bitch. Yes. That's fine. That's fine. One will get me through. Oh, you can have what's left. Well, how many? Because like I said, $12.99 plus $1.30 plus tax. It should have been like $5 left over. Yeah, okay. So keep the 5. That's fine. It's fine. I mean, you did a lot of running for me today, so you can keep it. I know you need the gas. Not that it's gonna get you shit in this fucking economy, but I wouldn't worry about it. Well, I mean, it's Ani, but it's got like an exclamation, so it's weird. All right. Yeah, well, you sound hyper. Love you, Bob. You hang up. I will try it, but I'm gonna have to find somewhere to put it first. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do it here in just a minute. Yeah, I'm sure. I bet. Must be nice. Good. Become good friends with her, so maybe I can rent from her one day. Oh yeah, you talking about the little kid? Yeah, Kristen said she doesn't want SJ going back over there. Because I don't want that rubbing off on him. That. Or. Oh, good, because that's what she thought. I'd be bothered by that too, honestly. Yeah, well, just don't. You don't send him over there. Well, tell him not to. Tell him if he does, he's gonna get in trouble. Yeah, that kid's been calling us a shit ton. Hold on. I didn't even get the vibe that he really liked SJ at first, but he seems to. I bet. Yep. I wouldn't say a lot of girls liked me, so. Uh-huh. Mother, I will let you know. 10:30. I'll let you know. Okay. I'm sorry, Mom. I feel like I was reasonably upset, though. Okay, I know. I told you yesterday I didn't think it was intentional. It will. I love you too. Damn, how do you get there so damn quick? Okay. All right. Well, how? Mother, stop asking about it. I will use it. Okay. Love you. Bye. Unbearable. She bought me the stuff. Want to know you can have some. Not gonna open it until you decide to. Said she brought me the stuff. Yeah, well, your phone is charged. Mine is charging. Good morning. She went ahead and went by my store for me. I had birthday money put up that I didn't know. Forgot about it. The $10 she gave me for my birthday. Better go back in a second. Should be here. Right back. Anyway, I don't. Feel free to look at this. I don't know what the fuck it is. What kind of cake it is. Cookie day. All I want to do is like the dick I'm gay. My panda lick all day. Well, thank. Anyway, this is a chair. Apparently, I'm supposed to put it in my chair. No, I think it's supposed to have a base. You said you're supposed to put it in a chair. I don't know how it goes. Well, she's harassing me to try it. Oh, shit. I wish she'd stop, Riley. Yeah, perfect for who? Because this ain't gonna work. My chair's broken, so. Move. Don't pull my charger. Here. You can sit on that. Anyway. Earlier. Take you some ibuprofen and Tylenol, and it'll take away the pain. Is it swollen? Huh? You might not be able to tell. Oh, I have started like in my throat up here under my ears. Mine was right here. I know, mine lasted for a week. Sorry. Morning. You look like you're doing good. Wanna hang out before you go? Oh, I'm getting out. Woke up at 3. I'm gonna stay up till you get home. Don't worry. Said you wanted to watch something, so let me finish this up. Screw it. I have used Kubuntu for like a grand total of 3 days in my life. What? Shouldn't. Well, you probably have what I had. Let me see. Oh no, Ubuntu's working well. Okay, see, I didn't know this. I installed Ubuntu on my other drive specifically because I knew that it worked with Secure Boot because I finally am able to dual boot. So I've got a Windows install that I need Secure Boot on. I didn't realize that Kubuntu supported it, or I probably would have installed that. But no, Ubuntu's working perfectly fine. I just got a little bit tired of messing with what's it called? KDE just got samey after using it for so long. Wanted to try something else. John MCG, I agree. F for chair. Fucking sucks. And Cookie, it's nice to see you, man. I have tried NixOS Trueit, yes, but I've not used it like too much. I learned enough about NixOS that I could install it from a live USB and then configure it after the fact and get all of my stuff working that way. I haven't learned how to configure it from terminal yet from USB because I know you can install it without the DE. And I haven't. The last thing that I tried to learn was how to get my drive to auto mount by editing fstab, and despite having like a years-long NixOS user here, we could not get it to work properly. It took us 2 hours. And then that's at that moment I pretty much knew that maybe that wasn't for me yet. It's a little too much. But yeah, no, Ubuntu 26.04 is working well. It looks really nice. I'm a big fan of the aesthetics of the OS, and it works perfectly. It runs very well on both of my screens, whereas sometimes that can be pretty dodgy on this RTX card. And I've just been doing a lot of performance testing because I've noticed that a lot of my games in Linux have been running poorly on the 595 driver, so I tested them on Windows, and I gained a 20 to 40 FPS increase on shit tons of titles, like modern games that are intensive. Yeah, I'm about to come over there. Unless you want it now. Subnautica 2, for instance, runs at about 30 to 40 FPS on Linux, and I have to turn textures and shadows down to low, otherwise the game crashes. In Windows, I can play it at medium preset, so higher textures and shadow resolution, and I get like 70 to 80 FPS. Resident Evil 9, I saw like a 20 FPS increase. In Leon Must Die. RE4 Remake, I saw like a 30 to 40 FPS increase in the highs. I tested a whole bunch of shit the other night. Reanimal was running infinitely smoother. It's just one of those situations where I don't think the driver for the 5000 series cards are quite there yet, unfortunately. That's not to say it's bad, and I mean, most things still do work, but like even Elden Ring doesn't work right on this driver, so I'm kind of just waiting for a new driver, and it sucks because that's going to take even longer to come to Ubuntu. But in order for me to dual boot properly, I need both, you know. So my current plan is I don't necessarily know if I want to stay on actual Ubuntu forever. I would really, really like to try 2604 when it comes out for Pop, but I don't know. Depends on reboot. If it does, then I'll give it a shot. But if not, I am considering at least installing the Kubuntu desktop in regular Ubuntu and using that just to test the difference. I've been in a testing mode lately, let's put it that way. But that being said, I am going to kill the stream for a little while. I will most likely be live again later for sure. So I appreciate you all being here. I'll probably be doing another Gaming and Linux stream. One reason I installed Windows 11 also was for FL Studio with all the plugins, so I do plan on recording live at some point. But yeah, I will see you guys later. Hope to see you again. And until then, hasta luego.